All right, no countdown this morning. Good morning, and welcome to the Special Corporate Administrative Services Committee meeting of Monday, January 24th at the Sunshine Coast Regional District. I'd like to acknowledge that we're within the territory of the Sechelt First Nation. So we have an amended agenda in front of us. Are there any additions or deletions to the amended agenda? Seeing no further amendments, I look for a motion to adopt the agenda as amended. Moved and seconded, all in favor? Thank you. I'd look for a motion to receive all the reports. Moved, seconded, all in favor? Thank you. We're going to move on to item number 2, 2022-2026 financial plan at round 2. And this is our CAO and GM Perot. Over to you.
Thank you, Chair. I just have a few slides to share, so I'm just going to share my screen just to kick off here. So yeah, we just want to highlight a few things. Some of the items we're going to cover here is really what we've done up to date and just give an overview of the community information sessions that just concluded last week. Also wanted to touch on a few of the report items and provide a little more information. We also have a significant amount of supplemental information that's provided online on our website in our 2022-2026 financial plan. So what we term the budget book. And so included in there, we're going to provide a little summary of some of the tax scenarios, et cetera, and a little bit about what we're going to do today, budget proposals and the reports and items we're going to cover. So the community information sessions, we did conduct 2 community information sessions through our pre-budget deliberations, and as we highlighted through the various sessions over the past few weeks, we really started our budget this year with a community survey, and we've highlighted that information can be found on our website if people are interested in there. We also, after our November 1st pre-budget deliberations, we conducted 2 pre-budget information sessions on November 16th and 23rd. And we also did 5 community information sessions after our round 1 budget. And those are all listed and can be found for videos on our Let's Talk and Budget webpage on our YouTube channels. So another item that we covered in those community information sessions, and we do provide a supplemental report on today's agenda regarding the Sunshine Coast assessments for 2022. And so we highlighted the change over the prior years. And for this year, we're showing over a 34% increase from the prior year. So we did just want to provide a little bit of information as far as what happens at a regional district level. And this is quite different than a municipality in that assessments do have a significant impact or can have a significant impact on our taxation as it relates to the various services that people participate in. So with a regional district, areas only pay into the services that they participate in. And so as far as what that means from an assessment perspective, I'm just going to use the District of Sechelt as an example, where if we had a service that all participants participated in, so general government would be a good example of this. In 2021, the District of Sechelt would have paid 26.94%. And as a result of assessment changes, they're going to be contributing 27.41%. And again, for the Sechelt Indian Government District last year, they would have paid 2.08, and this year they're paying 1.96. So it really does shift how much people pay into the pie. So that's for this particular graphic here. So from the tax base, we also saw a little increase in our residential tax base, taking more of the burden. And so that is a significant change, meaning that those other property classes that pay higher rates or multipliers, as we say, so business class for a regional district pays 2.65, the residential rate, would take more of the burden. And so now we're seeing the burden shift more to the residential class. So that is a change from prior years. So impact of property tax assessments. So again, this particular graphic really articulates if the regional district had to tax the same $1 million from 2021 as it has to in 2022, what the effect of the assessments would have in the various areas. And we also see that the residential rate would decline, has declined as a result of that. So that is really relative in the sense where it doesn't mean people are paying less taxes, is that as your assessments increase, the rate kind of decrease, so it kind of matches it somewhere in the middle. So as you can see, some places saw some increases as their areas saw an increase in their assessment more than the average, and those that saw a decrease saw a decrease over the average. So in Area A, we did see the most significant increase in property tax and property value assessments increase. So we also wanted to provide what the what-if scenarios. So we have been providing this information throughout our various budget deliberations. So at pre-budget, we presented the same information and wanted to provide a snapshot that if all of the proposed initiatives, so everything that has been included in our budget, what the overall property tax impact would be for the various areas. So this was the scenario that we provided at round one. And so this is what the revised what if scenario would be with the impact assessments built in. So we're not seeing a significant change as far as the overall total, but we are seeing a difference as to what the various areas are seeing as far as their overall total. And that again is part of the assessment impacts. So again, part of our staffing plan, and this is one of the items that came up as part of our budget deliberations, quite significant amount of questions as far as what our overall total FTE count would be. So we do provide a little bit of a summary there. And again, although we're asking for 16 additional FTEs for 2022, the overall impact is mitigated because some of those staffing, such as the transit ones, were the same staff that we had in 2021. So for this particular agenda, we're going to be highlighting a little bit of the year-end deficits. Usually what we do, and because of our timelines this year being moved up a month ahead, we haven't completed our year-end work. So we're just addressing the 2021 year-end, the services that have a year-end deficit at this particular time, as we need to understand, and as part of the 2022 financial plan and budget adoption, we need to know how we're going to fund those particular deficits. We also, as part of the amended agenda, have provided some additional information that has emerged since round one and through year end for the solid waste landfill remediation, as well as some additional analysis that highlighted a need to revise the 2022 budget for regional solid waste. So we also have a few new budget proposals included in the package, and one is for snow removal. So as a result of the snow events in in December and in January, we have a requirement or a need to maybe review our contingencies for snow and ice removal. We also have a new budget proposal for Sunshine Coast emergency planning funding. And again, that's as a result of ongoing EOCs being activated over the last couple of years and incurring deficits for the last 2 years. So a little bit of information there for consideration as far as trying to establish a reserve for that service. So we also have our last new report, which is our solid waste gypsum. There's a couple of other new reports in there that were initiated, such as through ports and for water. And those two came out of various committees. So those budget proposals are also included in today's agenda. So that just concludes the few slides that we have to kick off today's meeting. I don't know if there is any questions.
Directors, any questions on the report? Director McMahon.
Yes, the shift away from the industrial classes to residential taxpayers. The industrial taxes are set by the province, is that not correct? And how often do they review them? And are they considering raising the industrial rates so that residential taxpayers are not taking on so much of the burden?
So yes, you're correct. The province sets the multipliers. So residential class pays 1 times the rate, business 2.65, industry, and all of those, yes, are set by the province. And so regional districts are not able to set their own multipliers. I am not aware that there is any review being undertaken at this time from the province. I haven't heard anything. So we can always follow up with the ministry to follow up on that.
Yeah, I understand that some of the other regional districts are quite concerned about this because they feel that the burden is shifting unfairly to residential taxpayers. So this is something we should certainly look into at AVICC. Thanks.
Thank you. Director Hiltz?
Thanks. Yeah, I'm going to follow up on the shift to the residential from the industrial. So the residential is the only property class that is valued on a July 1st date, as I understand. So all the others come from a different method from BC assessment, as I recall, something like that.
Sometimes it will depend whether or not they're for residential class. Yes, it depends what step or stage that various items are at. So the reason why they give the July snapshot, and as well they do provide an updated snapshot for October, is really when things are in the midst of construction, and mostly those types of things are for residential. So I'm not quite sure. I'd have to follow up as to what they do for the industrial, but my understanding was that they always give a snapshot of that particular July and then give another review in October. So it's in order for them to at least bring in some assessments into that. So I'd have to follow up on that.
Yeah, the follow-up is, so the process of evaluating properties in industrial and business is quite a different process than the residential. Residential relies on sales dominantly, whereas you don't sell a pulp mill very frequently, so they use a different method. So how that methodology, and I think that's what Director McMahon is talking about, if the assessment goes down, changing the multiplier kind of evens it out, whereas if, because of this dramatic shift to the residential valuation. Thanks.
So are you asking for clarification on that background so that, following up on Director McMahon, it's something we can address at other levels?
Well, and for the public to understand that it's a different process of evaluating non-residential property classes. It's a different process that they go through. It's not as transparent, I would say. Thanks.
Thank you. Director Ties.
Yes, thank you. I was just going to request that the PowerPoint presentation please be placed in the sync folder so we can use some of the information in our newsletters. Thanks.
Thank you. Director Beamish.
Yeah, just speaking to the industrial taxation, I think it'd be worthwhile perhaps to have a either lunch and learn or a presentation on that specifically. Having worked in communities like Houston, where it was heavily weighted industrial taxation, it is a different perspective. We actually took a course. There's a course offered on how to work with your industry, because if they end up being too heavily taxed, they end up appealing their tax notice, and they end up getting potentially a reduction, which hits us all in the pocketbook later on, because that money still has to be generated. So having a good understanding of how that is done, because they take a lot of write-offs. They write down their capital investments against their construction. So it's worth understanding that a lot better.
So it sounds like we could do a lunch and learn with BC assessment with regards to industrial taxation calculations. Tina?
Yeah, so we have done lunch and learns with BC assessment before. I'm not sure if we did one at the start of this group. I believe we did. I don't know if everyone were able to attend it. It is it's a little more robust than like an hour session. So we can always cater to whatever you'd like. Their teams are always very willing to come. And so if we had more direction on specifically wanted, if it was just honing in on the industrial, or if a general overview, absolutely, they'd be willing to do that, and we can arrange that for you.
I believe we did do one with BC Assessment here, but the focus primarily was on how BC Assessment works and more residential. Talked a little bit about classes, but what we're looking at is specifically how are the industrial assessments determined? Director Pratt?
Thanks. And I think it would also it would be really useful to look into that a little bit and find out how much of it is a policy driven decisions at the political provincial level versus how much of it is just formula at BC Assessment. So that's what I'm curious about too.
Thank you. Do we need to put a recommendation forward, or will staff just take that away and action it?
I think it's probably a good idea to have a recommendation that staff put together a session with BC Assessment. That might be helpful. I see our corporate officer nodding a little bit.
Yes. Okay. Does anybody want to add some particulars to that? Director Toth.
Thank you, Chair. I'm actually going to suggest that maybe this is not something we want to do in our last year of our term. I mean, by the time we have a workshop, it's not going to make any difference necessarily. I think this is maybe something that BC Assessment should add to their orientation, whatever, that the next board gets. Yeah, I just don't think it's something we should be looking at doing at this point.
Thank you. Director Pratt?
I understand where Director Toth is coming from. However, if there is any kind of advocacy that we want to do on this, I mean, we'll miss the AVICC, but we could still forward something to UBCM, directly to UBCM rather than through AVICC if there is an advocacy piece on this. So having that background information is not necessarily a bad thing if we've got the time for it. I understand, but completely taking the points that Director Toth said, that was niggling a little bit in the back of my head too. But if we want to action this further on some advocacy standpoint, we need to have the information base behind us.
Thank you. Director McMahon?
Yeah, I'm going to disagree because by the time the new board is elected and actually gets to the table, it isn't till November, which is too late to advocate for any changes to assessment policies. So I think we need to do that now and understand it better. My suspicion, without really thoroughly understanding this situation, is that the rocketing property tax market is leaving sort of the industrial assessments behind. But the effect of that is industrial taxes appear to be going down while residential taxes are going up, and the province needs to take that into account. So I'd like to move that staff set up a lunch and learn with BC Assessment on the subject of industrial taxes and how they're determined.
Thank you. Is there a seconder for the recommendation? Seconded. All right. Any other comments, questions? Director Hiltz.
Yeah, I would, the information would be everything except residential essentially, because that's the only one, because it's the shift to business and light industry and heavy industry and private managed force. So there's that whole classes that are not the market driven, and that's where the disparity has come out. So it's almost everything other than residential. It's not just the major industry, as I would see it.
Director McMahon, did you want to propose an amendment?
Yeah, what he said. Everything other than residential tax categories.
All right, is there a seconder for the amendment? Seconded. All right, let's vote on the amendment. All those in favor of the amendment? Thank you. Director Beamish.
Yeah, one thing to look at with BC assessments as well is the appeal process and whether or not we are being notified of the appeals. because very often communities are surprised by the fact that a heavy industry has appealed their assessment. We can actually be a party to that to the appeal, and we can actually make a representation of the community representation on an appeal if it comes forward. So it's one of those things that many communities do, are much more active in their appeal process on heavy industry.
Thank you, GM Perot.
Thank you, Chair. So yes, BC Assessment notifies us if there's any what they call risk to roll. So we are notified of any significant appeals. We're actually notified of every appeal. So some are more material, and most of them are residential in nature, because I think that's the most. In a few years back, some of you may recall, both BC Ferries and actually the mill had at that particular time they actually closed half their mill. And so that did come as a surprise. And it was out of that I think they changed a lot of their processes to notify people, especially regional districts, because we are a little bit different than a municipality in how we access and how we get our information. So I think that would be a very good item to cover as part of the lunch and learn with BC Assessment is, timing of certain information, etc. So I know that we keep a very close eye on it, because at that particular time, that could have meant a very, very significant impact to the region. It was mitigated by some utilities coming online. And again, we didn't see that coming. So those are all things that I think is, again, really important to understand and learn, especially as our community grows. So I think that'd be good to add.
I know a few years back, BC Ferries actually changed their assessment, or petitioned to change their assessment too, and we were notified about that. All right, so does the recommendation cover off what we need it to cover off? All right, so there's an amended recommendation on the floor. All those in favor? Thank you. Anything further from Annex A? Well, not Annex A, sorry, number 2, which is the report that Tina just gave. All right, seeing none, let's move on to Annex A, 2022 Property Assessment Impacts, Budget and Financial Analyst.
I'll just cover that off, Chair. So essentially, this is providing an extensive amount of detail related to the property tax assessment information. And again, inside of our budget book provides the actual assessment figures. So that can also be found in there as far as, how many billions of dollars we actually have on the Sunshine Coast versus each area. So this particular report covers off the comparisons over the prior year and what the respective impacts is to the apportionment that we highlighted in the original, in the opening slides. So in pages 2 and 3 of the agenda provides the comparison of the converted values, and those particular ones are the multipliers. Those are how the tax rates are calculated. So you see where, again, area A's and B, which saw a significant increase in their assessment overall, saw their apportionment go up, and District of Sechelt also saw a small increase as well. And so we're seeing that apportionment change for participation. And then we see what the impact of the overall taxation is. So again, that's that what if scenario I showed, that if we didn't have to raise taxation. And if you recall, in our community information, we added that third column in there is to say what the effect of the rates would be due to the assessment impact. So we saw a significant decline to the rate, but we wanted people to understand that just because the rate declines doesn't mean your overall property taxes decreases, because your respective assessment kind of catches up with that. So again, the change in apportionment by property class. So I think that's partly what you want to learn as part of that BC assessment side is, as the resident or the types of property assessment changes. So here, we're having a significant dependence on a residential class. So this is this table 4 in the report. You see that the residential apportionment has really gone up. So the burden has shifted, where we have seen a decrease to our utilities and to our light and major industry. So every other property class except for the residential saw a decrease overall. So again, the burden shifts over to the residential class. So again, the average residential change in property class taxation is, you'll see quite a significant change over the prior year, and this is in table 5 of the report. So again, this is most certainly part of the impacts for this year, and it's important to understand what this has on various services of the regional district. And again, these particular tables, they don't show some of the nuance, which is, again, if you have a service that includes area A or doesn't include area A, you're going to have some different impacts to the apportionment. So again, the apportionment percentages are all in the budget book, in the front cover of each service, to show you what the new apportionment changes are. So if you're wondering how much you pay into it, you can see the various percentages in that book. So with that, I'll take any questions if there are any.
Thank you. Directors? No questions? No questions, just a heart attack of one of the directors up here. Director Hiltz.
Just a comment. I've been looking at the annual report. The annual report has we kind of, in the reports, we go 21, 22, but the annual reports go back an additional 5 years. So I've been finding that a useful supplement to see kind of the longer term trends. So just to remind that the annual report has got some excellent information on these 5-year trends too. So it's a good place to look as well. Thanks.
Thank you. Director Lee.
Thank you, Chair. I don't know how one would explain this, but it talks about increases in overall property tax, but with growth, it doesn't necessarily talk about increases to individual homeowners. And I don't know how you'd ever calculate that when you're going year over year, especially when we got a 1.4% growth. Does that come off the percentage, or, what's the effect of that? And I don't know how you would do that. I'd be interested if Tina had any thoughts on that one.
Tina?
We do have some information as far as what the impacts to the non-market change. So that would be related to mostly to growth. Non-market change might just mean a shift in some of the classifications as well. So we do have a little more analysis, but really, in essence, what happens with growth is that the burden gets spread amongst more people. So in essence, what should happen is your taxation, if you didn't have to tax, say everything stayed the same, meaning your tax stayed the same and the assessment stayed the same. If you had growth, you would see your taxes decline. But because we have all of these factors with a regional district, meaning we have assessments, we also have an increase in the required funding for taxation, you have those all intermixed. So essentially what happens is, you should see a small decline if all things are equal and stay the same.
But if, say, the average growth was 1% in residential in Area A, would that result in a theoretical 1% lower for each property owner?
It depends where the growth came as well, because if you saw growth in utilities, they might actually see a larger decrease, because what happens is how much the industry or how much those other classes pay into it may shift the burden even more. And that's also part of that change in the assessment dynamic is when you see a shift to residential away from those other classes, those classes pay a little bit less and the residents pay more. So it's more than just that.
I think what she's saying is it's hard to take one of the variables separate from all of the others. If it was only a 1% increase in the like growth, 1% growth, yes, you'd see a change. If everything else stayed the same, but it's because we have all those variables in there, it's hard to determine.
So the answer is you won't know till you get your tax notice.
That's right.
Thank you.
All right. Seeing no further questions, let's move on to Annex B. This is 2021 service deficits and mitigation.
Yeah, so I can kick this one off a little bit, Chair. And again, this and the respective GM and managers can highlight any specifics as far as the various services. So we have done a preliminary review of our 2021 year end. And as part of that review, we highlighted that there were 3 services that were in a, well, actually 4 if you include solid waste, in a deficit position for 2021. And so those include the building maintenance services, the Sunshine Coast Emergency Planning Service, as well as the regional street lighting. And the regional street lighting one is more in line with a budget entry that was put in the budget incorrectly, and so it's just a correction for this year. So for 313, this is a internal service that it has internal recoveries through other services, so it's an internal service function. And so this particular service saw some various impacts related to staffing, etc. And so some of the recoveries weren't realized. Our Sunshine Coast Emergency Planning, again, is related to having 6 EOCs called for the regional district this year. So I can pass it off to the respective GMs if they want to highlight any specifics for these deficits.
Thank you. GMs, anybody want to? GM Hall.
Thank you, Chair. I just an added note to what CFO Perot said for Skep, that the nature of the work being variable, intermittent, and always involving a bit of a known unknown in terms of cost recovery it is an underlying factor here. And there is, when we get later into the agenda, staff have a report that attempts to prevent this from occurring again in the future. Thanks.
Thank you. To that end, what we're seeing in this report here is a deficit of 40,000. And if I look at the budget proposal, there's an additional 25,000 asked for. Is that sufficient?
So I can start because I know this came up through the agenda review. At the time of drafting that budget proposal, we had not completed our year-end review. And at that particular time, we were estimating approximately a $15,000 deficit. So I think it's worth consideration to increase it. I think the budget proposal is for ongoing funding. And so if a couple of years we don't have any events, we would build up a reserve of approximately $50,000. So I think it's worth considering increasing it based on what we've experienced over the last couple of years. What that number is, hard to tell.
All right, Director Lee.
Thank you, Chair. I'm curious about the emergency planning and how we could have a deficit in that the existing personnel are moved into the EOC. And that means that they must not be charging their time to what we would originally have charged their time, because we don't plan on them doing that. So I'm curious if we're need to put more money in to pay people that normally would be doing one job and we're going to pay them to do a different job, we must have an underrun in the original budget. That's my logic. I was trying to figure out how we could have a deficit.
Right, but it's a regional district, which means you can't move the money that we're saving in those other functions into emergency planning. We have to charge emergency planning to the taxpayers. We can't take money from infrastructure, for example, and move it into emergency planning.
No, but then that would mean that the following year we would have a lower tax burden because there would be a surplus in those original budgets.
Right, but not in emergency planning.
Correct.
So we're looking at addressing that.
Yeah. So it shouldn't be a net increase to the taxpayers is what I'm trying to say here.
I understand what you're saying. Yeah. Dean, go ahead. Sorry, I thought they said Dean had her hand up. Tina, go ahead.
Yeah, so just to give a little bit of information as to over the last couple of years, what happens with an emergency operations center, and just really depending on what the event or where the event is that other staff from other regional district services in this particular case, and I think this is what the area director is highlighting, they get pulled into the emergency operations center. So, and that is not a planned particular event. And over the last, few years, it's been few and far between, but now it's becoming commonplace. So a lot of the events this year, for instance, were water driven. So whether or not it's the landslide, things related to the fires or the floods, drought situation. So those particular people are budgeted in utility services and now are working in the emergency operations center. The staff that are allocated to Sunshine Coast emergency planning, those are not really where the deficits are coming from, is from staff that are unplanned and spending time in an emergency operations center. And that particular time is not recoverable through the EMBC. So there are some opportunities for us to review how we manage these things to mitigate the impact, or to at least have emergency EMBC cover most of them. So as we learn more of these events, there is definitely some process improvements that we're looking to make. So regardless, there is likely going to be some unrecoverable costs from EMBC that the SCRD would or the community would have to shoulder. So that's what we're saying, is we do not have contingency funds for that at this particular time. Now, if we do generate surpluses from those other services because say wages are under allocated for those particular staff, yes, it would generate a surplus for them. And through our financial sustainability policy, those surpluses go into reserves for future items. Sometimes we do use them to mitigate deficits.
Thank you. Director McMahon?
Or to put it another way, if you pull in staff from another department to work on your emergency, the work that they were planning to do originally doesn't go away. We've still got all that work that's got to get done somehow, so we're going to spend that money regardless. Just to try and move this along, I would like to move the recommendations on page 5.
Thank you. Is there a seconder for the recommendations? Seconded. Thank you. Director Beamish and then Director Hiltz.
I guess I want to take Director Lee's point, because I agree that we're taxing at one level for workers in one service area. We're moving those workers over to another service, yet we're putting that and we're going to tax again for that time. So we're basically double taxing on those workers. Time, and we're putting money into reserves. And I take Director McMahon's point. The work doesn't go away, but in some cases, I wonder if it does balance out. I just see that we are adding to a reserve going forward, but we're taxing twice for the same employee who's coming to work every time. So we're creating a reserve, more money in reserves, and taxing again on the other arm. It just doesn't seem to be quite right, because we can do a year-end amendment to the financial plan that would capture those changes going forward.
Thank you. Director Hilt.
Thanks, Chair. Just wondering about, in the report, it talks about the proposal to create a operating reserve for Skep. Does that need to be in the recommendation, or does that come from somewhere else, that process?
Tina?
That's the budget proposal that GM Hall had mentioned is forthcoming in the agenda. It's one of the new budget proposals.
I believe it's Annex I. So we have a recommendation on the floor that these 3 deficits be dealt with as indicated on page 5. Any further questions or comments about the recommendation? All those in favor? Thank you. Moving on to Annex. Sorry, any opposed? Would you like that recorded? All right, so and Director Toth, yours was as well? So Toth, Beamish, and Lee opposed. Thank you. Now we're moving to our inserted item. This is pages 7A through 7I. Dr. Beamish.
Chair, I just mentioned that on that last resolution, I would have preferred to see them dealt with individually, since I don't have a problem with 2 of them, but I have a problem with 1 of them. That's my comment.
Thank you. Moving on to item 7A. This would be Tina and Remco. Over to you.
Thank you, Chair Seegers. The report is related to the project to remediate the drop-off area at the Seashell landfill. While this project is about to be fully completed and the new site has been in use for several months now and it's functioning very well, the costs have exceeded the budget with almost $220,000. The report outlines several costs for this. The project has an operational and a capital component. Instead of funding the portion of the operational cost through 2022 taxation as approved by the board in 2021, the current recommendation is to fund the entire operational budget shortfall from a surplus and general surplus in 2021 operational landfill budget. The capital budget shortfall is recommended to be funded through increasing the short-term loan for this project. As this project was anticipated to be concluded in 2021, taxes were collected to start paying off the short-term loan in that year. As the project will now be completed in 2022, the recommendation is to transfer the collected taxation from the debt funding for this project to the 2022 budget. Staff are also recommending 1 amendment to the 2022 budget for the service that's not directly related to the project. It has to do with the anticipated revenue from recycling of metal. In 2020, a new recycling contract was signed, which allowed for metal recycling revenue to be received if there would be profit made by the recycling by a contractor on the recycling of metal. 2021 was the first year that we received such revenue, and based on the amount of revenue actually received in 2021, staff is confident that we now can include a revenue of $160,000 in the 2022 budget. Staff are more than happy to answer any questions you might have. Thank you.
Thank you. Director McMahon.
Yes, given that we didn't receive this report until after 9 o'clock this morning, I'd really appreciate 5 minutes to read it thoroughly before we discuss it.
Thank you. Anybody else? All in favor of that? It is 10:17. Why don't we say 10:25? All right, so we will take a break until 10:25 and give directors an opportunity to review this report.
there anything on this that actually requires a decision today, or could we punt the whole thing over to
Welcome back to the Special Corporate Administrative Services Committee meeting of the Sunshine Coast Regional District on Monday, January 24th. We have been reviewing item 5, and we're still confused. There has been a suggestion that we potentially move this item to the end of the agenda, and then we can take it some more time over lunch to review this before we come back. Are there any issues with doing that?
From my standpoint, no. And if there's anything that we can do to kind of walk through, we're happy to try to prep that if you like. You know, Remco and I are very ingrained in the topic.
All right, I think the concern is that we're going to spend a lot of time on this and that we won't get through the rest of the agenda. So we'd rather deal with a lot of the rest of the agenda and then come back to this where we can spend sufficient time. We also will have the lunch break to review it in more detail as well. All right. Director Beamish?
And just for Tina, I think there's a typo in the second paragraph of the conclusion on the numbers. I think there's an extra number. It's not clear when I read it. I had to go back and forth to the recommendation a couple of times. So I think there's just a typo in the numbers there.
All right, with that, we're going to move on to number 6 is a summary of proposed initiatives and carryforwards at round 2 budget. That's the spreadsheet. So we'll have that electronically, and if you stopped in at the office, you also have that in paper. All right, in that spreadsheet, there are a number of colors. It's color coordinated. So the pink items are carryforwards. The yellow are the items that we're going to be dealing with at this meeting. The green are items that we've already dealt with in round 1. I think those are all the colors that we need to review. Red, hang on. Red are red new ones? Sorry, what page is? Deferred. Okay, deferred ones, right? All right. Perfect. Let's move on then to Annex D. This is round 2 budget proposal, general government, chief administrative officer, and corporate officer.
I can go first on this one,
Thank you.
if Sherry has anything to add, she's welcome to chime in. At round 1, we were asked to take another look at this one, looking at a couple of things. One, what would a half-time option look like financially? And 2, based on the sort of the duties and the position as it is envisioned, what's the right funding model for it? We've had a fair bit of discussion around this position as a senior leadership team, especially between myself and the corporate officer. We envision through the discussions that it's a position that's going to be quite busy. Most likely the workload would justify a full-time position. And based on the distribution of workload and the things that the position's envisioned to do, the staff recommendation, at least for now, is to go with general government, with the idea that we would review it at the end of the year to see where the time went, how it was allocated, and if there's a more appropriate funding model for 2023 moving forward. That said, if you have any questions, we're happy to answer them as best we can.
Thank you. Director Ties.
Yeah, I just have a question about Annex C. Now, I appreciate that we're going to be looking at the new ones in this agenda, but the green ones, that would have been the time to bring those up. Is that not correct, as in Annex C?
If you wanted to revisit any of those?
Yeah, I just had a couple questions on a couple
Sure.
of them.
Go
Okay,
ahead.
sorry about that.
That's okay.
One was item number 78 on page 18 in the agenda. Community parks, human resources lift for recreation services. And it basically comes down to the same question as Director Lee had earlier, where we're basically reallocating funding and we're moving where parks is supporting another service. And so we're increasing that service, but we're not decreasing parks. So it's basically another one where we're bumping up the parks budget inadvertently by freeing up some labor by adding more to another service. So I'm wondering whether that, just like the other one, should be something that we should be looking at. Just some thoughts.
So is your question, where is this being reduced in another category to add in here?
Yeah, so this is just a reallocation between services, so really there should be a $60,000 decrease somewhere else.
Who would like to address that one? Ms. Gagnon.
Good morning. I would suggest that it's not really a reallocation. We're actually asking for a lift because this work is not being done, or it's being done at the loss of work that is actually supposed to be done. So it's being done off the corner of someone's desk. But for the most part, we're not doing it. We're not actively marketing, promoting our halls. We're not putting as much effort into that as we can be. And I think we've seen that come up by the number of complaints that we've had. So this is actually a request for new support. So right now we only have 0.3 of an FTE that is assigned to support this function. And we're suggesting, as we've tracked what the need might be over the past few years, as we've tried to address this shortfall, this is actually it. So it's not coming from another budget. It's an actual new money, new lift, new hours being dedicated.
No, I guess I'm fine with that. The other one was item number 84. It says it's a one-time thing of 20 grand to help with community-led improvement project support, and I'm just wondering whether this shouldn't be an ongoing thing rather than a one-time thing, just because it seems like right now this is just a couple of projects in Area A that are getting some support, but I'm sure from bus stops to whatever else we've got going on. I know there's been some thoughts around a pump track and all kinds of things that could be supported by this in the future. And so, yeah, just wondering if this shouldn't be not just a one-time thing, but an ongoing thing.
Thank you for the question. I certainly did consider that, but specifically this 20,000 has identified these two projects. But as we work through over the next year, our other community-led and our other community interest in other projects, I'm going to be looking at this, and there is a potential that it might come back as an ongoing item, but I really wanted the opportunity to explore it, also continue to work through our process and find out, as we look at new projects, consider what the community is what their responsibilities will be versus what the regional district's responsibilities are. So I appreciate this may be something that comes forward next year, but at this point, I just thought we'd pilot it and give it a try for 1 year and see where it led us. Thank you.
Anything else on Annex C? Okay, Director Ties?
Yeah, there was on item 120, emergency telephone 911 dispatch levy. We were asking for a presentation by Ecom, and I don't think that happened. And so I'm just wondering, are we actually going to get a better service for the money we're going to be paying them?
GM Hall.
Thank you. Staff are aware of that directive, and I believe we have reached out. And as of right now, we don't have a date scheduled for that delegation, but it will occur. Thank you.
Thank you. Any others for Annex C? Director Ties, your hand is still up. Do you have others? Thank you. All right, we'll move on to Annex D. So we're talking about an executive assistant, be a 1.0 or 0.5 FTE through taxation. The recommendation on page 35, or the budget proposal put forward on page 35, is assuming a three quarters this year. So that would be starting April 1st. Director Beamish.
Yeah, I'm going to speak again to this. When this originally came forward, and I've got the note from the round one, it was identified as primarily request to primarily provide administrative support or to provide administrative support primarily for rural area directors. That was my concern, is whether the town should be paying for support primarily for rural area directors. It's now morphed a little bit more clarity on it. I would certainly be prepared to support a half-time position in general government through the town of Gibsons taxation. The other half, if it wants to be funded for rural directors, that would be fine with me too. But I would suggest that the town would be, on an apportionment basis, pay for half of the position.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments, Director McMahon?
Actually, if that's a way that we can get consensus, I would be okay with that, given that on the assumption that this will be reviewed at the end of the first year to see what the actual apportionment of time turns out to be.
So Tina, how would we do that for funding?
We can do a quick calculation and maybe come back with what the apportionment would be. Are the directors wanting to know what the cost allocation would be?
I think what would service we'd be funding this through. So what we're looking at is half would come through 110. Where would the other half come from if we went that direction?
I believe on the budget proposal, there is identified as part of the past recommendation too, is to explore function 130 if it's only for rural areas.
Yep. And
so that would be the other function that it would be allocated, because it's just the 5 rural areas.
Okay, so what we'd be looking at then is 50% from 110 and 50% from 130. Okay, the other piece is, are we looking at 75% for this year? That allows the person to be hired for April 1st. I know there's been a request to potentially pull that forward to March 1st. CAO?
Yeah, thank you. In that case, the request would go from 0.75 in 2022 to 0.833 to back the start date up by a month to March 1st.
Thank you. Director McMahon?
I'm confused. When are we voting?
We don't
On
actually have a
that-
recommendation on the floor yet.
Okay, but I swear to God, I read somewhere about the 0.83, and it doesn't seem to be on page 35 or 36, so where the heck did that get to, and is it later on the agenda?
Came out in an email.
Ah, all right. Good. Now I'm less confused. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Director Lee?
Thank you, Chair. I'm trying to make some sense out of who should be funding this. For the last 3 years, when we asked questions, it was the job of our CAO, his executive assistant, and the GMs to answer our questions, which is exactly the same thing that would happen no matter who asked the question. We're now proposing to add a second resource, a second Tracy, because the workload appears to be too much for Tracy and the GMs to keep track and answer the questions. We're now proposing to put that all on the rural areas, which I can't see the logic. We were either wrong to start with, or there's something wrong with this one. So general government is general government, and this is part of the general government, and we all pay for the general government. We all take our chances on how much of the work we get out of the departments. I think if we're going to start dividing up to this level, we better look at the whole service and the way we do it, rather than ad hoc like this. So I'm in favor of the original, but if we're going to do that, we better start tracking the whole damn thing and dividing it up. So that's my thoughts.
Thank you, Director McMahon, and then Director Hilt.
Guilty of ad hocing, no question about that. The question of advocacy is something that keeps arising, and it's something that we haven't done at all well, because we don't, I've discovered how little we really know about the provincial government and still less about the federal government, and our efforts at advocacy have been sad, really sad. So we need the help. There's no question that a lot of these issues are predominantly about the rural areas because we do not have the jurisdiction. And so we run into problems where our residents have serious issues, the regional district cannot address them, and we need to get action from senior government. So in that sense, I think it's more of a rural issue. At the same time, there's a regional lens as well. We are trying to be Team Sunshine Coast. So having a central coordination for our advocacy efforts actually makes a whole lot of sense. And to resource it, to try and get more traction with the province in dealing with these urgent problems we face. But, and I realize that ad hocing is not the best way to go through the budget, but in wanting to get it done, I am willing to do, take a throw at this as long as it's not carved in stone, as long as we come back and revisit it and reconsider.
Thank you, Director Hilt.
Thanks, Chair. Yeah, interested in the full-time versus the part-time. I'm thinking the communications resources that have been brought in the last year and a bit have been tremendous. And I'm kind of wondering how does staff feel about a 0.5 position? I think that's still an option, opposed to a 1.0, and how Director Beamish would feel if it was just a 0.5 out of general government. That's kind of where I'm wondering. So staff comments on 0.5 versus 1.0, and Beamish, if he would support a 0.5 just out of general government and not worry about all the extra other apportionment of the other 0.5. Thanks.
So I'll go to staff first. Who wants to speak to the 0.5 versus 1.0?
I can start and welcome any follow-up comments from Sherry or Tina. In terms of a 0.5, it's something staff could pursue if so directed by the board. I would say in general, one of the challenges around a 0.5 versus a 1.0 is recruitment, is finding a good person that has that level of expertise that's looking to work only half-time, especially if the half-time position required relocating to the Sunshine Coast.
Thank you. Other staff? Jerry?
Yeah, thank you. I'll just echo the comments from CEO McKinley. Based on our recent experience with actually posting and attempting to fill other similar roles, although albeit bargaining unit, we have not seen the uptake that we have seen in previous years from highly qualified applicants. So it does pose a risk of the ability to fill it at all with a qualified applicant. Thank you.
Thank you. Director Toth.
Thank you, Chair. I still don't have a clarity in this position. District of Seashelt would be supporting a quarter of the cost of this, regardless. I've got, if it's to help us get, through to staff or things like that, okay. To Director Lee's point, I think I've got one request in right now to staff from August that I still haven't seen a response on. But beyond that, if it's not the regional district's jurisdiction, I tell my residents that. If we're the ones that are supposed to be doing the advocating, So I'm just wondering, like, what an executive assistance to help with advocacy efforts would actually do to help accomplish that. So I continue to struggle with supporting this.
Director Beamish?
To Director Hiltz's comments, I'm going to go back again to the round one discussion where this came up. And it was described as a new resource to provide administrative support primarily for regional directors. And you'll recall I commented at the time, well, if it's primarily for regional directors, then the town of Gibsons would not be there, should not have to fund it. Now, that it's a little more explanation. It's been that primarily for regional directors has come out of the formula, which is fine. And I support having assistance, additional assistance to the CAO. But if the regional directors, and I recall the conversation that regional directors need to have that support. The town has it. The District of Sechelt has it. I can go to staff and ask questions here for what I want, sort of thing. And our CAO will talk to the CAO relative to regional things. So that if the regional directors need somebody that they can relate to directly from a staff perspective, that's fine. I have no problem with that. But I just don't feel the town of Gibson's residents should support something that's seen to be primarily a support for regional directors. And that's so. But the other half of the position, if it's an increased workload and scope of work that is not being able to be done for general government, I'm supportive of the general government side.
All right. So when this was initially proposed, I think it was last year, we started talking about this, there was a focus on the rural directors. And since then, we've actually been looking at what this position would be doing. I know Director McMahon and I sat with Sherry and with Dean, and we went through an EA position, like what Tracy did, and looked at what was being covered off, what was not being covered off. Now, keep in mind that the EA position that we're looking to fill, the first one that we have the vacancy for, that also supports the CAO. So there's a good portion there that is already taken up. We want to do a lot of policy work. We want to look at bylaws. We want to do the advocacy that keeps coming up that we're not doing as a Sunshine Coast with the province, with the federal government. This position would support that. So, I mean, I'd be in favor of looking at it for the first year as half and half, do half from 110, half from 130, right? So half comes from general government, half comes from electoral area support. I would prefer seeing it as a .833 position so that we can hire sooner rather than later. And I would like to see a 1.0 full-time equivalent, and that we keep track for the year as to the split of the work that happens, so that at year end, when this comes back, we can look at the funding. Is it being funded appropriately? Might turn out to be, as Director Beamish says, it might turn out to be more leaning towards rural areas. If that's the case, then the funding could be adjusted for next year. But half and half may be a way to go this year to get the position in place to start getting the work done and then revisit. Director Beamish?
Here, I'll make that motion just to get it on the floor for conversation.
Thank you. So that would be a .833 for a full-time position?
Yes, what you said.
Okay,
Yeah.
what I said. Okay. Is there a seconder for the recommendation? Seconded. Any other comments or questions? All right, seeing none. Director Lee, go ahead.
Sorry, I couldn't find the screen to put up my hand. I believe that what we're doing is we're carving out functions that existed in the maze and focusing them in one area. And then we're leaving the revenue behind that was doing the job originally and moving the tax burden to a different group of people, area directors only, where before, when it was in the ether and a little bit carved out, it was shared by everybody. I don't believe that's the way to do this. It's perhaps we haven't looked at the overall function enough so that I understand or that everybody understands. I really appreciate Director Beamish taking a very careful look and commenting favorably on this. I think that was good to see. I'm just not sure we've looked at it deep enough yet to decide, because yeah, this position, if we focus all of the rural questions through one area, it could easily be 3/4. I'm not sure. Should be, because that's about the right funding for everybody if you pull them all out. So I'm not even sure we should go ahead until we fully understand what we're doing, because I don't think we do yet. I don't think we understand where the work was being done and where it's coming from and how it was paid where it was. And so we're moving it back out to focus it to one area and then start measuring it. We won't be measuring the right thing. So as much as I'd like to get all my questions answered in a timely manner, I can't see myself supporting this right now. I'd rather not have it than have it wrong. So that's my thoughts.
Thank you. Director McMahon?
If we were 100% fully informed about our decisions before we made them, nobody would get married. I actually think we should go ahead with this. At the moment, we have our highest paid employee performing a concierge service for regional directors, and I think it's a very poor assignment of our resources. There's a lot of running around and finding information on behalf of rural directors that should not be the CAO's job. It doesn't make any sense. The executive office is understaffed in terms of administration. So I will support this.
Thank you. Director Beamish, then Director Hilt.
Yes, Chair. I think this is a new position. The Tracy's position will be replaced, and this is a new position. So that looking at the new position and how the new position is a portion of time is what we're looking at. We're not looking at that is taking existing dollars or an existing position and saying, well, we're going to reallocate it. This is actually a new position and new capacity, and that's what I'm looking at here.
Thank you. Director Hilt?
Thanks, Chair. Well, I'm looking at middle ground, right? Half time from 110. It's a new position. Try it out, and maybe I'm thinking as with the part-time Zooming and things like this, maybe there's more opportunity in a part-time position for other staff to move into. So I'm not sure on the recruitment side, but that's kind of where I would support is get it going, have a look, see if it's needed, and then do more expansion later on. That's kind of where I'm landing.
Director McMahon?
From my ancient experience in the unionized workforce, what is the point at which a part-time position gets benefits? Is it 0.6? Is it 0.5? Where is the? Because that's a major consideration.
Yeah, thank you for the question. They get some benefits at 0.4. They get complete benefits at 0.6. And we strive to create full-time jobs with complete benefits. Thank you.
Okay, so I'm going to speak in favor of this as the 1.0 half and half. I'm looking at it like to Director Lee's position. Do we know exactly what this person's going to do? We don't. We have an idea of what they're going to do, but we don't know exactly what they're going to do. So I look at it as the way we fund the support services. Right? Support services, they keep track during the year of where the dollars go and then of where the work happens, and then that gets readjusted. I think that's what we're looking at doing here. We're looking at starting, half and half, general government, electoral areas. At year end, we look at what actually happened, and then we can make an adjustment for next year. If more of it is rural areas, maybe next year it will be 70% electoral areas and 30% general government. But that's a way that we can actually do the, fund it and make sure that it goes to where it needs to be going to. Director Pratt and then Director Lee.
Thanks. I'm I'm struggling with this for a couple of reasons. On one side, I see the need for support in the administrative area, especially for not just rural directors, but all directors. And with that, as has been said, that Team Sunshine Coast approach when we're looking at advocacy and knowing how much the executive assistants work together from the CAO's office, because I know how much they talk prior to going into UBCM or AVICC and trying to coordinate. So that additional support I know it is covered across. It does support all directors in that way. I'm always hesitant to add a position, especially when we're still trying to suss out exactly what that position is. There definitely needs to be a way of reviewing this at the end of a year. And I hear the concern that Manager Parker is bringing, if with not funding it a full-time position, it's getting to be more difficult. And then when we're also looking at if it's only a 1-year position and not a continuing, it's going to be it may be a difficult position to fill. So I think at the end of it, I think I would be okay with going forward as the 1 year or the 0.83 as for this year. But I definitely see it as being a review after the 1 year. I would see the split half and half. I think that's fair to start. It definitely needs to be reviewed and watched on how that split of division of duties happens and responsibilities.
Thank you, Director Lee.
Sorry, thank you, Chair. I was just saying I'm hoping I'm not repeating myself. Mike could easily be thinking out loud. The position we're talking about is a new position, but some of the existing work that is being done will be passed to that position to free up the original person. I suspect the original person was overworked to start with, of course. But the new job in my mind is we're going to focus the advocacy part, I've heard, and we're going to focus on assisting our CAO in ensuring questions that rural directors ask of the various departments are answered, because this position will not be able to answer those questions. The answers have to come from the various departments. What's in my mind is, shouldn't the various departments be responsible to track and answer the questions and report back? And how do we fund those original departments where the question's answered? We all fund them, we all ask questions. We seem to be trying to create a position to fix a procedural problem. And I'm not sure if we're going about it the right way or we're putting our money in the right place. And that was what I was trying to say originally.
I think what you're saying is, instead of putting this position in place, that the questions that we ask, we need to provide maybe additional support at the GM level, is what you're saying. Okay? I would disagree with you, because we need to have somebody who's got the central, like kind of the clearinghouse for the information that comes in, because the questions that come in from us, from the residents in the community, aren't necessarily just one area, and they might need to be funneled to various GMs to get pieces of the information to give a complete answer. So this would be the clearinghouse. This person would be that clearinghouse, and then make sure that they've asked the question, and it didn't necessarily, maybe it got buried somewhere. It's easy. We have a huge volume of stuff that comes in. They would just make sure that it's front and center, and we actually get the answers and the information communicated.
Agreed. So who pays for that?
Well, that's why we're saying 50-50,
Yeah.
50% general government, which is all of us, and 50% electoral areas. And we revisit at the end of the year.
Yeah.
This would be a continuing position. We would be funding
Yeah.
0.833 this year, 1.0 next year, but we don't know what the allocation of the funding for next year would be. That would depend on where the workload shows up this year. All right, any other questions or comments? Director Beamish.
I just speak to Director Lee's comment again. We already apportion wages. Town of Gibsons is not part of water. They're not part of any sewer activity. We're not part of parks. So that any questions related to those issues are apportioned already, so that we do not pay for them. So I'm just saying that if the position is working for rural directors on specifically unique rural issues relative to those areas, relative to the areas that Town of Gibsons already doesn't participate in, that we would not necessarily be participating in the cost of that position. But if it's general advocacy for the regional government, regional district, if it's things that rise out of the strategic plan, 100%, I don't disagree. So.
Thank you, Director Toth.
Thank you, Chair. I think Director Lee hit on it when he said that, we're creating a position to fix a procedural problem. This was something that the rural directors asked for during the strategic plan review. But it sounds like we don't really know what we want. And I don't think hiring somebody and hoping we figure it out is the appropriate way to approach this particular request. So I'm going to continue to not support this position, because I don't think we have enough detail fleshed out yet on what it is we're really truly looking for here.
GM Parker.
Thank you. One of my favorite sayings is actually form follows function. What we've heard over the course of this year in terms of what's needed, the work that needs to be performed, and where things are going, has helped to inform what we think we need. Where this goes and what evolves as the work is done will be carefully looked at. I can actually see us actually retitling a position to bring even more clarity along with the funding that is being contemplated here, as we really get a good sense over this upcoming year, what work is done, where it should be allocated, what exactly the title should be. At this point in time, executive assistant made the most sense and makes the most sense. Moving forward, the work that is being discussed in terms of policy review, in terms of research and analysis and report writing and things like that, those are all things that we'll be looking at closely as well. That's what we've been talking about at the senior level. So I think we'll have more clarity as time goes by to bring answers to these questions and to more fully inform this. But we're aware of the functions that need attention. Now we'll give it shape and give it form. So this is a starting point, and it's not the ending point. It's a bit of a journey. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, we have a recommendation on the floor Seeing no further questions or comments, is everybody clear on what we're voting on? Director Hiltz. Okay, so we are looking at a 1.0 full-time equivalent position, funded this year 0.833, funded 50% from 110 and 50% from 130. All right, I'm going to call the question. All those in favor? Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. All those opposed? And would you like that recorded? Yes, please. Okay, Director Hiltz, Toth, and Lee. Thank you. All right, that was the item on page 1 in our spreadsheet. Line item number 2. The next one is on page 4, line item 19, and Annex E in our package.
I can start, Chair. So this particular item is a new budget proposal for snow and ice removal at the various regional district facilities. And as mentioned in the cover presentation, this is as a result of the December and January snow events, as well as the very cold weather that we also received, causing much ice in various locations. So as part of that, various budgets were exceeded for that type of line item. And so staff are asking for a one-time contingency for 2022 budgets in case this particular item occurs again this year.
Thank you. Director McMahon?
Yeah, snow and ice removal is always difficult to budget for because some years we don't need it and some years, you know, the apocalypse or the snowpocalypse happens. So I'm happy to move the following budget proposal. Number
1, be approved and incorporated into the 2022 budget.
Right. Thank you.
That would be 57,200 and all of those functions. Is there a seconder for the recommendation? Seconded. Any questions or comments? Director Beamish.
Do we know what the 5-year history of this is? Because very often, budgeting forward on this type of activity, it's a rolling 5-year average, because otherwise you just create money going forward. We may not need that this year, so we're just creating ourselves a surplus. There are a lot of communities in BC who actually don't budget snow removal, and then they deal with it when it comes. Victoria was one, for example. They didn't have snow removal equipment, so that it is one that is you look at and you say, okay, we're budgeting for 2022 based upon cost for 2021, but what is the real? I mean, that was like budgeting for rain. We don't know what's going to happen. We're getting some strong rain events, and they're impacting us, but we're not budgeting for those impacts. At least I don't think we are.
GM Gagnon? Sorry.
Thank you. I'm sure that our CFO will have some comments on this, but I did want to comment that it's not just what we spent in 2021. In fact, for the functional units that I'm overseeing, we've actually overspent our budget already for 2022. So this is, most of this is actually going to make up for what we are already over budget, with a little bit of wiggle room for the rest of the year. And we also plan on looking at snow removal and the services and how we do this over the upcoming year to see if there's efficiencies to be found, some changes that we can make. But I think with climate change that we are going to see a change in this, and we need to be prepared for it. So this is a one-time only. It just looks at this year, but we know we have some work to do and some planning and review to do this year. So I just wanted to make the comment that, in fact, we have already overexpended our budgets already for 2022.
Tina?
And I can just also highlight that definitely the proposal to fund these are through operating reserves in most cases. So it's sort of that theory of that rolling average where, you know, we've generated line item surpluses. The only two services where, well, actually three, is because their line items have been far exceeded and really can't mitigate it, and their reserve plans really don't contemplate for it. So we were mindful of how we were funding it.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments on this item? Seeing none, there's a recommendation on the floor. All those in favor? Thank you. And that's moving on to Annex F. Sorry, just making notes. Annex F pages, it starts on page 39, and in our spreadsheet, let me find the next yellow item, page 7 in our spreadsheet. This is on line item 41. This is a new item. Did anybody want to speak to this one? Ms. Gagnon.
Thank you, Chair. I'll just introduce it briefly. If you remember, back in December, the board considered a report from staff related to the port's maintenance and minor repairs contract. And at that time, we noted that actual expenditures realized in minor repairs and maintenance over the past several years have exceeded the base budget. And with the overage being covered through other under expenditures and other line items in the last couple of years, that's been in staff vacancies, or through special reports coming throughout the year requesting additional funding. So timely attention to minor repairs are critical to achieving the life expectancy of the asset. And as such, staff are recommending an increase to the base budget for repairs and maintenance in ports. And I'm happy to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you. Director McMahon.
Right. If we are able to recruit our ports person at long last, how far are we away from really reviewing this function? Because frankly, we have too many wharves and we can't afford them all. And the Gambier wants to take on another one, potentially, New Brighton. So just looking at where are we in the long-term picture here?
Thank you for the question. If you'll remember, I think I jinxed us back in December as well, because I believe that we were this close to having a position secured. That fell through, unfortunately, but we continue in our recruiting efforts, and we are also looking at different ways that we can possibly achieve the same goal. And so we're strategizing right now amongst different areas on what support we can bring to our ports, with the primary focus being in 2022, getting our major inspections done for all of our 9 ports. And that information will help us understand and inform a broader long-term capital plan and what investments need to be made into our ports over the longer term, which would then further inform the discussion on where to with ports. So really 2023 or 2022, getting those inspections done is a critical piece that we are looking at, how we can get it done differently. And so we anticipate over the next couple of months having perhaps an alternate strategy in place. The New Brighton, everybody knows we have a budget sitting there to do some work. We've been in communication with the Squamish Nation about that, but we haven't moved forward. But again, that's something else we need to look at, how we can move that forward in 2023 or 2022. My apologies, I'm a year ahead of myself. At this point, I don't have a strategy in place for that, but we are examining some other alternatives in the event that we're unable to secure a position in the next few months. So there's some work to be done in 2022 to inform the conversation. At this point, I don't have anything else on that other than to say it's upcoming, but until we get these major inspections done, it's a difficult decision or discussion to have in absence of information that would inform those decisions.
Thank you. So this is item number 9 in our agenda. It's voting B, D, E, and F. And we don't have a recommendation on the floor at this point. Director Hiltz?
Thanks, Chair. Unless there's any questions, I'll move, approve, and incorporate the budget proposal into the 2022 budget.
Is there a seconder? Seconded. All right, any other questions or comments? Voting B, D, E, and F. All those in favor? Thank you. Moving on to item number 10, and we have our fire chiefs with us. This is the round 2 budget proposal, Gibsons and District Fire Protection. Voting E, F, and Gibsons. This is Annex G, pages 42 to 46. And in our spreadsheet, I have to find it. Line 99. Thank you. Many pages in. All right, and we'll turn this over to staff.
Thank you, Chair. At round 1, the board directed that capital plan funding for the Gibsons and District Volunteer Fire Department be referred to round 2 with a meeting with the Fire Commission to be scheduled. And that meeting has occurred. Consideration of splitting the capital plan funding strategy, which is a $75,000 lift to the current funding level over 2 years, was recommended. Staff made a thorough examination of this option, assessing the impacts to the 20-year plan that was presented to the board last year. The team involving asset management, finance, and protective services looked at this carefully and concluded, as described on pages 44 and 45, that splitting the lift over 2 years would have the effect that future capital funding needs would need to be advanced outside of the capital plan. The strategy proposed at round 1 is the minimum sustainable level to continue the current service level. And I'll note, for explanation as much as anything, that there are some staff notes that they're based on the analysis that went into the capital plan report that the board saw last year. They were left in the report on page 46 inadvertently, but it's not a bad thing. But I just wanted to point out that rather than showing a flat total contribution of $275,000, the table shows a contribution that was indexed to inflation. I just want to be clear that that's not being proposed at this time. But the key point about the table is that if the contribution is left at the current level of $200,000, the bottom line becomes negative, meaning that the plan is unsustainable. So the expenditure levels that are shown in the table are those critical items only, meaning that there aren't assets that can be deferred. And we have the fire chief and our managers of protective services and asset management here to support the committee if there are questions. Thank you.
Thank you. I think before we go to the directors here, there are 2 options for funding here. One is recommended $75,000 increase in 2022. Option 2, which is not recommended, is 2-year phased increase of $37,500 per year. And my understanding, which we need to get clarified, is that should we go with option 2, we actually don't have sufficient capital reserves to even purchase the truck that we're looking at purchasing because we don't have the money to debt service it. Is that correct, or could we get some clarification on that?
Yeah, I can jump in and then staff can clarify as well. So part of the capital plan contemplates how all aspects of the plan will be funded. And so it articulates a number that includes debt funding as well as other sources of funding. And so part of this particular amount for 2022 includes the debt servicing for the new truck that was approved at round 1. So that's on page 42 of the agenda there. So if we do not approve or we reduce this particular one, it would have quite a significant impact, at least for this year. And for next year, we'd have to reshuffle how all of this would be funded. So it has sort of a domino effect to it. So I think that was explained at the Fire Commission, so just wanted to highlight that at committee.
Okay, so can you clarify what shuffling funding would mean?
That I'm going to pass on to people with more detail than I have.
Thank you. All right, who'd like to take that one? Go ahead.
Hi, thank you, Chair. So as Tina mentioned, our CFO mentioned there, the capital plan that was presented to the board and subsequently to the Fire Commission includes consideration to pay for existing debt obligations. If we move forward with an alternate plan, we might, we need to move around these debt obligations and still fund them. We're obligated to fund them. You have two fire engines debts coming that exist currently, and there'll be a fire hall roof replacement in the near future. My understanding is that the debt obligations are separate to the existing capital plan and would need to be funded regardless of whether this plan is increased, the funding is increased for this plan.
So are you saying, just for clarity, are you saying if we do not increase by $75,000, the debt has to be paid, and so then the funding will have to come out of taxation?
That's my understanding.
Thank you. All right, I'm going to look to the directors. Any questions? Director Lee?
Thank you, Chair. I'm not voting on this, but I was just curious. Taxation would be, who would be taxed? Because right now the people that are paying for this are the ones that are receiving the fire service. So if you go to taxation, that would be the same people?
Yes, EF and Gibsons.
Yeah. Yeah.
But just the property owners that are within the fire?
Yes.
Yeah.
Director
Okay,
Beamish
thank
and
you.
Director McMahon?
Yeah, my question is, this came in as a new item in terms of our, after the initial presentation in November. Was this not known prior to that then? Because the spreadsheets for our November meeting did not include this item and in the spreadsheet.
I just asked for clarity from staff. My understanding was this actually came into our budget deliberations last time, and there was a request to defer it to this so that it go to the Fire Commission.
That's correct. But the last time was the first time we saw it. In the November, when we were talking about carryforwards and proposed budget initiatives, this was not on that spreadsheet at that time. It came in at a later date on the spreadsheet in December. So I just wondered, was this not known in November?
No, my understanding was they were still working through the numbers at that point to be able to inform the information in December.
Yeah. I guess I hold to my comment is that I mean, my priority right now this year is to try to kind of manage budget increases to the town of Gibsons. If we can spread this over a 2-year period, that I'd like it spread over, just like it was done in 2020, I believe it was spread over 2020 and 2022 or 2021, 37,500 for each year. Suddenly there's a significant jump in that cost, and every cost impacts the bottom line. In a general statement, I mean, this is, and it's not just picking on this one, but this is a very challenging year for a lot of our residents and a lot of our businesses we're going into. And every dollar, I believe, counts. And that's why I'm looking at every dollar that impacts the town of Gibsons. Yeah, I know it impacts other areas as well. But when I see businesses closing, when I see people out of work, can't get jobs or not able to get work, I'm very concerned about their ability to pay. And we need to look at every dollar. If we can defer this, if it's absolutely a critical item, that if we don't do this, we don't buy a fire truck, we don't have fire service, then hey, I'm all in favor of it. But if it is a matter of managing the budget a little closer, there's a lot in that budget that is being provided that we have not taken an issue to, that I support. But if this can be managed over 2 years, I would support that as well. And if next year looks like a better year and somebody wants to increase it and say, well, we need to catch up because that silly mayor last year made this decision, then so be it. That'll be for another silly mayor to have to deal with. So we'll see. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Anticipating what Director Beamish is where you may be going with this. I'm wondering, Tina, if you're behind the scenes, keep doing any calculations on if we go with option 2, what the impact will be on taxation. Like how much additional of the difference will be needed to be raised in order to cover off the costs. And I'm not looking for an answer now. I'm going to go to some other directors, but you may have some time to look that up. Director McMahon.
Exactly. You're going in the same direction I am. This is confusing. It really is. So if we don't increase taxation, we're going to have to increase taxation. This is where I get confused. So yeah, definitely would appreciate some clarification.
Thank you. Director Hiltz.
Thanks, Chair. Well, to me, it's the people in the fire protection area are going to pay one way or another, no matter how you split it. This is a valuable service. The rescue aspect of fire is something that we've seen over the past year. I'll use one of my favorite sayings is all models are wrong. Some are useful. This is a useful model that projects into the future. So I can't see why a reason not to support the minimum sustainable amount. So that's where I am. Thanks.
Thank you. All right, Tina, I bought you a little time. You're muted, Tina.
I'm talking to Kyle through other means. We're having a side conversation. So essentially what would happen if you deferred this, it would basically reshuffle the capital plan. And I believe at the Fire Commission, they kind of showed the effects of that. So I don't know if we have that readily available right now to share the screen just because of our various technologies with working remotely, but we could also, we could provide that at a later date. Now, irrespective of that, just what it does is it shuffles our ability to purchase certain types of critical equipment. So at this particular juncture, the board and committee has already made a commitment to purchase the new truck. And so that particular one is proposed to be financed through 5-year debt servicing. And so because of the nature of the way fire trucks are received, that particular debt servicing would be taxed mostly in 2023, not in 2022, because it usually takes about a year or so for us to receive a truck. So the taxation for that, you're going to see a natural spike next year. But what we're trying to do through the capital plan is to flatten the impacts of that. So if we change how we modify the plan, if it's almost like Jenga, right? You take out one of the blocks, certain types of other components are going to fall. So I appreciate the comment that it's confusing because once we get, it's because we have two things going on. We're not on the train of just the capital plan. We are trying to get on the tracks of the capital plan. And what that means is once we do have the plan in effect, you're going to have less and less of those requests outside of the capital plan. So that fire truck would have been included as part of that. So that's why this year it's a little bit disjointed. So I appreciate that comment. So that is why it's somewhat, if we don't approve the 75, then those pieces need to be recalibrated and we'd have to take a look at how we're going to fund the overall envelope. Now, we can do that. It just means that certain components would be deferred at certain dates. Now, whether or not they can do that and what the impact of that is, we just naturally have to calculate that in the taxation. I don't have that readily available right now. The criticality of it, I think, Kyle, do you have what the criticality is if we just do 50% this year? It just delays purchasing of a couple of pieces of equipment.
Thanks, Tina. Yeah, we'll have to make some choices exactly of what to cut out. That'd be a budget manager decision. And, it just kicks the can down the road farther. So the plan as presented is the smallest total contribution across the 20 years. It balances the debt. It looks at opportunities to minimize debts by taking advantage of AAP processes and whatnot. We can manipulate this. We can reduce the input for next year, and then move things around because it's possible. But the consequences are hard for me to express to you in a magnitude. So what you're making is a decision where the consequences of your actions aren't fully understood because it's on the fly. And I hesitant to put you in that position. That's where a bit of this hesitancy is coming from, because I can't fully answer those questions and lay out all the consequences down the road. The work we did, we spent a long time looking at different options and looking at different metrics to make sure that this was, maintain a reserve balance that enabled us to be flexible in the future while still saving as much money as possible. So all that is to say that, we can continue to do stepped increases and push the problem further down the road, but the problem doesn't go away. And this plan was hoping to create a even contribution cycle that created an equitable and continuing sustainable plan for 20 years.
Thank you. Director McMahon?
Right. Well, obviously, in no way would we want to jeopardize the new fire truck, which we need. And due to supply chain issues, I think it's important to get it sooner rather than later. But it is difficult to grasp. And just one of the basic questions is, why 5 years? Could we pay for it in 6 years? And I'm sympathetic to Director Beamish's concerns here.
Tina?
Yeah, so one of the things that we provided is part of there's been several reports related to the fire capital plan. And one of the reports outlined that we would like to move to areas where we're purchasing very expensive equipment to an AAP process. So for right now, because we are still evaluating what those equipments are, and that there were 2 particular vehicles, I think this year, that really needed to be purchased sooner and were more urgent in nature, and we kind of excluded those as part of it, but it definitely is contemplated for the future. So as you recall, any debt servicing that's over 5 years requires a public approval process. And so what we're saying for this one is, keep it with what we have done historically, which is we have funded these large fire trucks over these 5-year equipment financings. So that is the case. If we do choose to delay, that would mean that we actually couldn't procure it until we secured the debt financing. And again, due to our legislative constraints with the election, we just chose that we would start that process in 2023. So we are already in line and prepared with various interdepartmental to initiate that for 2023 going forward, and do pooled AAPs, meaning that we don't just do an AAP for Gibsons, that we're kind of doing things holistically for the organization, for the fire department. So that is why this particular piece of equipment is not contemplated for a longer duration for the debt repayment. And then appreciating that, this is over a $500,000 piece of equipment, and to debt service that over 5 years is quite significant. So.
All right, seeing no further questions or comments, we do not have a recommendation on the floor. This was EF and Gibsons. Who would like to take a stab at it? Director Hiltz.
Thanks, Chair. I will move option 1, approve and incorporate option 1 of the budget proposal for the $75,000 into the 2022 budget.
Thank you. Is there a seconder for that recommendation? Seconded. Thank you. All right. I think everybody's had their say on this one. Voting is EF and Gibsons. All those in favor? Okay, and opposed? And would you like that recorded, Director Beamish?
Yes, please. Thank you. And as I say, Chair, I'm not opposed, obviously, the fire department. Would support them on every major issue going forward, particularly on the benefits for members and all the purchases. I'm just opposed that in 2022, the control of the budget in terms of fire and police is going to be it's going to hit our community very hard, and every penny I can save, whether it's offsetting costs to the library or reducing the budget to the fire department, I'm happy to do that. Thank you.
Thank you. Moving on to item number 11, Annex H, pages 47 through 50. This is Half Moon Bay Fire Protection. And who is speaking to this one?
Thank you, Chair. At round one, the board directed that the proposed capital plan and renewal funding be incorporated into round two, and also that the item be referred to round two for consideration of taxation impacts. And so staff have brought the item forward here. As noted as with the prior item, the capital plan is limited to critical items only. And again, we have our fire chief and managers of protective service and asset management here to support the committee if there are questions. Thank you.
Thank you. So this, as this is for Half Moon Bay, this is voting all directors. Director Ties.
Yeah, my question is, considering that Half Moon Bay is seeing quite an increase in fire-related costs this year, I'm just wondering how it compares to the rest of the fire departments across the coast. I know it's hard to compare, maybe on a per capita basis, but it's. I'm just wondering if this is a sort of an outlier, or is it more like being brought into alignment with some of the other departments that have already got some higher capital expenditures behind them, or some operational bumps in their past. So just wondering if this is an outlier or if this is just more something that's being brought into alignment. Thanks.
Director Pratt, did you want to address that, or should we go to some of the staff for that?
Go to staff.
Thank you. Jean Paul?
Thank you, Chair. I'll speak to the general, and perhaps the fire chief has further comments, but from staff's perspective, and this is following board direction and building on the fire service reviews that were done a couple of years ago, we're striving not to have outliers to ensure that all of our fire departments are supported and resourced to meet all of the requirements for a modern fire protection service. And so they're all being equally supported in terms of capital planning and asset management. And then the other general comment would be that all of the fire services are seeing the trend that we talked about quite a bit during that fire service review of an upward trend in call volumes. And perhaps Chief Daly has further comments. Thanks.
Thank you. Mr. Daly?
Thank you for the question. Thank you, GM Hall. To answer the question directly, it is more of an alignment to catch up with a little bit of the funding that we were a bit behind on, and through the capital plan and planning, it came to fruition. So we're just playing a little bit more catch up than our counterparts in Roberts Creek and Gibsons, and we're just trying to get in line to be able to support, like was mentioned, our critical infrastructure we currently have in place to continue our service to our communities. So it's important that we try to get this funding in place just to continue to support what we have and replace what we have currently. Unfortunately, there'll be a time where we have to do future planning, but that's not today. So thank you, everyone.
Thank you. Director Pratt?
Thanks. I'll be moving forward with budget proposal 3 and 4. And I have to apologize because of the big numbers that happened with budget proposal 1 and 2, which I, like that is like, yep, nope, no problem at all. And then getting into that, oh my gosh, how much have we approved in taxation? 1 and 2 have to happen, and that's just they're critical, as we've just heard from our fire chief. And it's I think in round 1, it just really hit me, like all of the taxation implications that we have happening. Seeing everything, it has to happen. If it doesn't happen, it gets put off more. We're Half Moon Bay is really cut off, and I think we found that really critically with all of the water events that happened in November. So we lost road usage, and which cuts off the whole community. So then it just makes our fire department just that much more critical for our community. We only red roofs one way in, one way out, and for a few hours there in November, we didn't have any way in or out of the majority of Half Moon Bay. So I think it's really critical to support our Half Moon Bay Fire Department, and look forward to moving these last 2 proposals forward. I know it's a significant increase for our Half Moon Bay community, which is not going to be popular, but at the same time, it's critical emergency infrastructure for the community. So that's what I got to say. And thank you so much to staff for bringing this back and looking at other potential ways that we might fund this. But I think we are where we are. So.
All right, so
There's no one else. Yeah, if there's no one else to speak to it, then I will.
Go ahead.
I'll move budget proposal 3 and 4 be incorporated into the 2022 budget.
Thank you. Is there a seconder? Seconded. Thank you. Director Ties?
Yeah, I just wanted to quickly speak to budget proposal 4, and I know that, or it is my assumption that the replacement of the Half Moon Bay Command Vehicle, Car 1, I at least if it's anything like Roberts Creek, it's mostly to get the chief around, or the fire inspector to go and converse with the public and such things. It's not really a response vehicle. So I'm wondering if there's any consideration about making this an electric vehicle in the future. I personally don't see the need for it to be a half-ton pickup, but of course there's some expertise that's needed, but I just wanted to just pose that question. Thanks.
Thank you. Who would like to speak to that? Go ahead.
Thank you for the question. The vehicle is used also as an emergency response vehicle. When a call comes in, the unit is usually first on scene to assess and size up, and then prepare a plan for the following. Electric vehicles will be great. I don't think they're where we need them to be for us to respond with them. And then the half-ton vehicle part of the truck, it's used for majority of time cleanup after the scene. We load the dirty hose and the dirty stuff where we can bring it back and keep away from contaminating the fire apparatus, so that we can bring the contaminated equipment back in the back of a pickup truck to clean it and get it ready back into service here at the fire hall. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments? So this is for the 2 recommendations in Annex H. This is voting all directors. All those in favor? Thank you. Moving on to Annex I. This is for Sunshine Coast Emergency Program. Annex I, pages 51 through 54. And there are 2 items in here. And this is on page 17 in your spreadsheet. So who would like to speak to these?
I can, Chair, just perhaps introduce the first one, and staff are here to answer any supplemental questions if there are any. So this particular item was, again, mentioned as part of the deficits that are occurring over the last 2 years due to the continuation of emergency operation centers and subsequent unallocated costs that the SERD is incurring. So it's resulting in these deficits. We don't currently have an operating surplus or an operating reserve for the Sunshine Coast Emergency Planning Service, mostly due to the 2020 deficit being funded through that operating reserve. So again, we have very limited funds for this service. So what we're contemplating is, or proposing to the board, is to establish an operating reserve as a contingency for when we have these emergency operation centers open. And so the proposal at the time was to contribute $25,000 ongoing for this particular purpose, not knowing what we will encounter in the future. So we, again, don't know if this is an appropriate amount. In 2020, we did give statistics that we incurred a $90,000 deficit, partially funded through the COVID restart funds and the other through operating reserves. And for this year, we really didn't have any other areas to mitigate the deficit. So it's an additional 40,000. So again, we would see anywhere, if we did contemplate something, it could be in that $40,000 to $25,000 range on an annual basis.
Thank you. Directors, any questions or comments? And the numbers that Tina's been referring to are on page 52, second paragraph. In 2020, there was a deficit of over $90,000 and over $38,000 in 2021. So the request right now is for an annual contribution of $25,000. I guess the question I have is it sufficient? Director Hiltz.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Just a question on the establishment of the operating reserves. That requires a bylaw, and so that is all part of this budget proposal is for this to happen this year? The establishment of the reserve bylaw?
I believe we actually have an operating bylaw already established for this. I'm just checking here. It's just been fully depleted over the last couple of years. So I think we're okay there. I'd have to check with the legislative, just make sure we have one, but we do have an operating reserve established for Sunshine Coast emergency planning.
Director McMahon?
Right. No question that we're having lots and lots of emergencies, and we need to fund it properly. This is, though, where I get particularly frustrated with the silos of the regional district funding model, because, you know, I wish the province would give us some more flexibility when it comes to emergencies, so that we can shuffle around some of these costs for staff and an emergency response. There's a big knock-on effect when we have an emergency and everybody has to drop everything that they're doing. And I don't know that that's entirely reflected in our budget. I think it has a large impact on the organization.
Thank you. Tina?
Yes, and thank you for those comments, Chair. One of the items that we highlighted as part of the response and recovery reports was that the province is soliciting local governments to understand what the impacts, especially related to the flooding, because understanding that really took quite a turn for many local governments who were faced with flooding events. And so they are, I think, looking to how federal and provincial funding can supplement that. But over and above that, we're experiencing different types of emergencies for our community. So appreciate the comment, because, yeah, that's definitely something we've noticed impacting our organization.
If there's any advocacy the board can be doing around this, you just be sure to tell us.
Thank you. All right. So we don't have any recommendations on the floor. What would the board like to do with regards to budget item number 3 on page 51?
I'll move, approve and incorporate budget item number, or the proposal 3 into the 2022 budget.
And for which amount?
At the 25,000 is the recommended amount. It's the minimum, so it's an opening offer, so I'm okay with that.
All right, is there a seconder for the recommendation? Seconded, all right. Any other comments or questions? Director Toth.
Yeah, just a quick one. I know that I'm, pessimistic when it comes to increasing budgets on things, but I think emergency planning is one of those good ones, and the $25,000 is sort of the minimum of what we need. I agree, Director Hiltz, and hopefully this is something. Hopefully it's all we need, but hopefully in 2023, if it's determined that we need more, there won't be any hesitation in increasing this amount. So, all in favor of it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So we have a recommendation on the floor for $25,000 for Sunshine Coast Emergency Program funding. All those in favor? Thank you. And we have one more item on here. This is budget item number 2. This is the evacuation route planning grant. And if you look at your number 3, would we do this one, that the following budget proposal be deferred pending receipt of grant? Is that what we're looking at? Tina?
Yes, thank you, Chair.
Okay.
We attempted to get any kind of early answer on this program, but timelines were not planned with our budget sequence in mind. Thanks.
Thank you. So this would be that the budget proposal number 2 be funded from operating reserves contingent on receipt of the grant. Is that correct?
So, sorry, I think that because this is 100% funded from a grant and we await a result, staff would recommend that we not proceed with this budget proposal at this time. So others with more knowledge of process can correct me, but I'm not sure we even need a directive, just nothing happens. And then staff will, if we are fortunate enough to receive this grant, staff would return with a report in the future to incorporate the funding into the financial plan down the road.
Thank you. So that would be the first part of number 3 and not the bullet under number 3. That the following budget proposal be deferred pending receipt of a grant. Is that correct? Thank you. Director McMahon?
I love voting to do nothing. It's awesome.
So I take it you're moving that recommendation?
I'm sorry, I was unclear whether we needed to move it or not since we're doing nothing.
I think we need to move
All
it.
right, fine. I'll move it.
Is there a seconder? Seconded. All right. All those in favor? Thank you. I don't think anybody's opposed to that one. All right, so right now, if we look at our agenda, we are starting to move into solid waste, et cetera, and then water services. I think this would probably be a good time to take a break for lunch. We also want to review item number 5 over lunch. So given it's 5 to 12, I think we're gonna need an hour for lunch today. Come back at 5 to 1. All right. Thank you, and we'll see you then. All right. Welcome back to the Special Corporate Administrative Services Committee meeting of the Sunshine Coast Regional District on Thursday, January 24th. My goodness, almost through January already. We are going to go back and revisit Annex G. This is the budget proposal for Gibsons and District Fire Protection. And I'm going to turn it over to Tina Pearl.
Yes, thank you, Chair. So over the break, staff went back and did a deeper dive into the capital plan and the subsequent details that were presented at the Fire Commission. And it appears that this particular plan that was originally developed in May anticipated that the new fire truck would be received sometime in 2022 and contemplated some of the debt servicing for this year. So as we know, and the likeliness of receiving the vehicle and having to debt service it in 2022, that can be pushed into 2023. So therefore, cutting the contribution down to half is attainable and would have, again, we'd have to review, and we do review the capital plan, and we'll contemplate that as part of the next review that'll happen in the summer. But I think it's prudent and would be okay to split it in half. So we wanted to ensure that we brought that forward as an option back to you.
All right, so this would go to the directors, again, E, F, and Gibsons. Sherry, go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. Are we reconsidering the recommendation from item number 10 on the agenda?
Yes, we are.
So somebody who voted on the prevailing side of that recommendation should formally bring it back for reconsideration.
Can they bring it back for reconsideration, or can they vote to rescind it and make a new motion?
Either has the same effect. If we're in the same meeting, it's procedurally easier just to bring it back for reconsideration.
Thank you. Director McMahon?
Yes, I'd like to bring that back for reconsideration.
Thank you. Is there a seconder? It's been seconded. All those in favor? Thank you. So does that have the effect of actually nullifying that, or is that still on the books? We're just reconsidering it at this point.
Thank you, Chair. You're starting from the beginning again. So what you had previously put forward no longer is on the books.
Thank you. Director McMahon?
Sorry, I didn't get my hand down. Perhaps Director Beamish would like to make a motion.
Director Beamish?
Well, firstly, I appreciate the reconsideration. I appreciate the staff's effort to relook at this. As mentioned, Gibson's is going to have a challenging year tax-wise, and every bit counts. And I thank for the support on that. And I would like to make the motion then that the $75,000 be split into a 2-year, between 2022 and 2023 for that budget item, which I don't have that page in front of me right now, but I'm sure it's there somewhere.
And that's been seconded. So it's the recommendation that option 2, 2-year phased increase of $37,500 per year, be approved and incorporated into the 2022 budget. That's been moved and seconded. All those in favor? Thank you. All right.
Oh, Chair, if I could make one further comment, just for the boards, the board recognizes well that I don't think it's on this budget discussion, but we did revisit also the library, the Gibsons Library, and our council did award the additional $19,800 to offset the cost of COVID impacts on the library for 2022. And we didn't look at apportioning that. We will take our share of the tax gain on that, as well as Area E and Area F. So we're not trying to be obstructionists. We're trying to be fair to everybody and move things forward. We are just very concerned about our tax situation this year. So I thank you for your support.
Thank you. All right. Do we want to move on to item J, or do we want to go back and look at the inserted number 5? What would you like to do at this point? Keep going? Okay, we'll come back to the other later. Annex J. This is the Pender Harbor Transfer Station Food Waste Drop-Off Program backgrounder. And over to staff.
Thank you, Chair. In support of a budget proposal that's brought forward as round 2, which is part of the next agenda item, Staff presented in this report an overview of the decision-making to date on the topic of the food waste drop-off program in Pender Harbor. And staff are here to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you. I think there are questions. Directors, who would like to go first? Director Lee?
I'm just trying to find the right page so I can refer
Thank
it.
you. Page 55 is where the report starts.
Yes, I was actually going to where the recommendation was for the budget. I think it's 89. Let me just see if I can find it.
Yeah, that'd be page 89. That would be actually in the replacement pages.
That's in the amended agenda.
Oh, it's the amended agenda. Oh, okay. Looking at the wrong one. Yes. I had two questions. It appears from...
Sorry, before you go forward, what page are you on so we can follow along with you?
89.
89, thank you. The amended 89, yes.
Yes. I believe we're asking for 2022 funding of 27,000, but then there's 2023 and 2024 follow-up. And in what I have in my mind here is that we had I forget what we call it, but we put out an expression of interest to see if people would process the food waste on site. And my assumption here is that this would be part of the pilot that we're proposing to conduct, would be to see if we can make arrangements for the food waste to be processed on site by one of those two people that had expressed interest. If I got that right?
Staff?
Thank you for the question. The intent of this budget proposal is to allow for a 2-year pilot program that would start later this year. We're anticipated that it will start in Q3, and it will have a duration of 2 years, which will allow 1 year of data to be used to inform a decision by the board as part of the 2024 project, if the project will be continued indefinitely or not. That's why it's a 2-year project, to allow for 1 year of data to be collected to make a decision while the pilot is still ongoing, and to ensure that the new or that the program came to a nice conclusion in June 2024. Thank you. Hope this answers the question.
I don't think it answers the question. I think what you're looking for is this pilot going to be managed on site, or is it being collected and transported? It's not clear in the recommendation that's come forward here.
That's exactly my question. Yes.
Sorry for the confusion then. The idea is, and that was the RFOI as per the direction of the board, is to seek somebody or an organization that can compost the food waste within the Pender area. So it could be on site, it could be off site, but at least it will prevent the hauling from the material to Seychelles that was considered last year to that is not necessary anymore.
Thank you. That clarifies that. And the other thing, I believe that we're going to do it 50% between eco fees and 50% through tipping, but I'm curious how the tipping fees would be collected. Specifically, people in Pender basically deliver their own solid waste, and so they would be delivering garbage and a bucket of food waste at the same time, most likely. So I'm kind of curious what the process would be when that happens.
Thank you for the question. The answer to that will really depend on the program and the proposal we will receive. If it's on-site, it could be a tipping fee to be collected at scale. If it's an alternative location, it would need to be considered as part of the proposal how the contractor will collect. We'll make sure that a certain amount of revenue is generated as a result of this.
Thank you. I have no more questions unless somebody else has some.
Thank you. Director Ties?
Yeah, I also want to speak for option 1B on page 60 of original agenda, which I think was the 50% tipping fee and 50% taxation. And yeah, I think this is reasonable considering that there are alternatives if you do want to compost at home. And we do have a composter rebate program. So I think that's a reasonable compromise, and considering that we also pay for our food waste pickup in the electoral areas through our utility fees, I think that's more than fair. Thanks.
Thank you. Directors, any other questions or comments? All right, seeing none, Director Lee?
Yes, I was trying to get a good handle on what actually happens with food waste overall on the coast, right? And I believe user fees pay for two things. They pay for the actual pickup, so you don't have to drive to site. And they also pay for, we could call it landfilling, but I believe it's actually forwarded to Salish Soils to process them. So I believe like a tipping fee at the Pender dump would be appropriate, because you'd be cutting out the collection portion of the cost, the user fee cost. So if I have all that right. The one question I had is, do we subsidize the processing of the food waste at Salish Soils? Is it strictly paid for by weight as if it was solid waste, or how does that work? I'd lost track of that through the years.
Ms. Cooper?
Thanks for the question. It's the fee paid for, it's a tipping fee paid for the food waste to be processed, is paid for through the user fees that are collected for the curbside collection service. Thanks.
But I believe we forward a portion of that to Salish Soils for the food waste.
Yes, the food waste is delivered to Salish Soils for processing into compost, and the tipping fee is paid, and then that is funded from the user fees collected for curbside collection.
So there's no taxation or other subsidies to it. It's strictly just like if they were delivering solid waste to our dump. Okay, great, thank you.
All right, seeing no further questions, would someone like to make a recommendation?
Yes, I'd like to recommend that the budget proposal on page 89 be approved and incorporated into the 2022 budget.
Thank you. Is there a seconder for the recommendation? Seconded? All right, seeing no further questions or comments, all those in favor? Oh, don't hit your microphone. Perfect. Moving on to on page 90, there is another recommendation, and I'll turn over to staff for this.
Thank you very much. Last year, we increased the tipping fees for Gibson to allow for testing and abatement of any asbestos-containing drywall loads to be completed. The expense side of that same for those services was not arranged for yet. So this proposal is to allow for a budget for the testing and abatement of any asbestos containing loads of drywall. Initially, our suggestion was to have it all funded from tipping fees, but further review of the year end for 2021 concluded that it's now recommended to be funded from taxation, as tipping fees revenues are significantly down compared to what we expected it to be for 2023 and 2022. Sorry.
Thank you. Directors, any questions on this one? Okay, Director Lee?
Do we still charge a standard tipping fee as if it was solid waste and then just subsidize the difference, or how does that work?
Thank you very much for the question. The tipping fee collected is still $1,000 for drywall, because that represents the cost we will ultimately make. But all tipping fees are amalgamated into one pot, and all expenditures are coming from the one pot. So the reduction in tipping fees that we've seen over last year, in part as a result of the Green program, has resulted in a deficit in our tipping fee and our tipping fee budget. So the proposal here is to add $125,000 from taxation to balance our tipping fee budget for the processing and disposal of all the type of materials, as well as operations of the landfill.
So this isn't necessarily just gypsum testing and abatement. We're
No.
talking landfill.
The 125,000, yeah, maybe I can leave this over to our CFO to answer. I think she can do it better than I can.
Thank you.
Yeah, no, thank you, Chair. And so essentially, in part of reviewing the 2022 budget, we took a look to as far as how much gypsum we actually received from August. And so in doing that review, we felt that we overstated how much we would receive from the gypsum programming. So as such, in combination with not receiving the gypsum content that we expected back in August, or I think in May was the staff report that we projected, in addition to us receiving less than what we have budgeted in our tipping fees, we felt it was prudent in order to not overstate our tipping fees, because we feel if we take this to user fees, we just will not materialize. And that's really what we've experienced since August. So initially we thought we would generate a surplus if we received historical tonnage from gypsum. But I think, Remco, correct me if I'm wrong, we're seeing probably half the tonnage that we've seen in the past. And so if that's the case and we have these additional expenditures, we're not going to be able to meet those new contract costs.
Was there anything else you wanted to add, GM Rosenboom? No?
I think no, not at this time.
Thank you. Director McMahon?
Do we know where that gypsum is going?
Thank you. Thank you for the question. Staff is paying close attention to any reports about asbestos or potentially asbestos containing drywall to be disposed of illegally. But what we hear from a lot of people involved in the construction sector is that they bring the materials to the off-coast to disposal facility in the Lower Mainland.
Thank you. Director Lee?
In the original version of this report, I had a question because it appeared to me we'd collected around 300,000 and we only spent half of that on actual testing. So we had a surplus of, I don't know, 100 and some thousand. And we were going to keep it, transfer it to landfill operations operating reserves. It now would appear from the latest presentation that we're going to keep that $1,000 a ton in and we would anticipate another 100 and some thousand in surplus for the following year, because nothing's likely to change. And on top of that, we're asking for taxation of whatever this is. And the reason for that is because our tipping fees have went down because we diverted food waste. I'm having trouble suggesting that a person dumping gypsum should be paying for a shortage caused by diverting food waste. It seems like we should drop the tipping fees for gypsum and up the tipping fees for regular solid waste, if that's our problem.
Staff, would you like to comment on that?
I could, and that could be in essence what we could do as part of a tipping fee review. I think what we're trying to do at this point is we have a budget to balance for 2022, and we have a couple of different reports, and they have interrelation. So we're estimating that we would receive in the first iteration of the report a certain amount of tonnage. As part of the contract amendments that we made, we have some additional expenses that we have and some unexpected expenses that could happen if we receive some contaminated load, some abatement costs. So we are proposing to put over $125,000 of new expenses in the budget. So we need to find a way to fund those. And so we already have gypsum at $290 a ton reflected in the budget. We haven't increased that. So it's the differential. So with reduced tonnage, increased expenses, we've got to bridge the gap somehow. In addition to that, when looking at 2021 tonnages and revenues, we're seeing that the trend is significantly down. So we're overstating our expected revenue for gypsum in our budget. So it's a little bit correlated to the fee, but I think we need a few more months under our belt. But definitely from August to December, we've seen 50% of what we've seen in the past. So whether or not we need to increase our municipal solid waste in addition to that and look at all our fees, yeah, that could be, but that's going to take a different undertaking than what we have time to do in the next month before our financial plan is adopted.
So we've got a whole bunch of moving parts is what you're saying. We've got less gypsum, which means that we're getting less revenue. It also means that we would potentially need less for abatement. But then we've also got the organics being removed from the landfill, which also reduces the tipping fees. And we need to ensure that we have sufficient tipping fee revenue to cover off the costs that we have. GM Rosenboom.
And on top of that, there's another uncertainty that we'll have more insight on later this year, is that in December, of course, as you know, this Shield started its green bean program. So we anticipate further decline in tipping fee revenue associated with our solid waste as a result of that implementation. So I think it is a good thing to do to keep a really good eye on our overall tipping fee and tipping fee revenue over the course of this year to have it direct some of our budget decisions for next year. And I have to say the tipping fee for MSW has not changed. I think, Manager Cooper, you can correct me, for up to 10 years maybe, or I think 2013 was the last time it changed.
2013.
All right, so there is a budget proposal here. Director Lee, your hand is up. Did you have anything further to add? All right, Director Hiltz.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. So taxation is really the only funding source that is available to deal with this deficit and to balance the budget. Is that kind of where we are?
Well, in order for us to be able to approve these additional expenditures in the budget, we have to find a revenue source. And right now, short of us being, directed to review our MSW tipping fees or other tipping fees, in order for us to balance the budget, this would be the most prudent revenue source. I feel if we took it from tipping fees, we would be overstating the tipping fees. Or inflating them artificially without a further analysis and review. If the board so wishes for us to review MSW in light of organics, I don't know if we have a past board motion to review that. I think we have we had a proposal, and that's in the subsequent report, the 7B attachment there, Remco. So part of that is we did bring a budget proposal forward to 2021. So, it's still something that needs addressing, but I think it's a little more holistic than that. It's not just organics, it's what is our MSW, which wasn't contemplated as part of that budget proposal, is also what I'm hearing.
Thank you. Director Beamish?
Yeah, I guess, and I don't mean to sound negative all day on everything, but boy, it's just overwhelming to see the impact that we're having on taxpayers in 2022. Every time we turn around, it's another charge to taxpayers. And I don't think that taxpayers are gaining any more funds out there. I think that just because assessments went up doesn't mean that there's more money in everybody's pocket for homes. And yet we're keep going to that same source of revenue. And we need to find another way of doing it, or a better assessment of what our program costs are when we introduce a new program. What are the downstream impacts of that, and so that we know all this stuff going forward. It really is a challenge. I just, I see so many suffering businesses and workers out there that yet we just seem to keep going back and saying, yeah, well, you're going to suffer a little bit more, and the next item will suffer a little bit more again, and that really is a challenge. And I don't know the answer to it, and I don't want to pretend that I do, except that I feel the pain. So, thank you.
Thank you, Director McMahon, then Director Toth.
Yeah, I'm beginning to see what Director Seegers was driving at a while ago, that as we try to encourage people to throw out less garbage, at least in our landfill. And as we do, then our revenues decline, so we have to charge people more, but it becomes a cycle, right? We seem to be caught in a vicious circle. And right now we're scrambling to make some year-end adjustments, but we actually do need a look at the whole picture. There's no question.
Thank you, Director Toth.
I think Director McMahon put it more eloquently than I could come up with words for here. I'm not sure that the general taxpayer, myself, any of us at this table, anybody in the public should be subsidizing the improper treatment of waste. That there is a component of this that is the asbestos abatement costs, and that's what I've latched onto in this report, in this item. But yeah, I know our tipping fees here are very, very low for the coastal area compared to other jurisdictions for MSW. So I'm not really supportive of moving this on to taxation. I understand the urgency, so to speak, here with not really having it in the staff work plan to do a comprehensive review of the MSW rates, but I'm having a hard time with this one today. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Lee.
I think Director Toth just about said what I would like to have said, but Director Beamish as well, where every time we get ourselves into a bit of a pickle, we head for taxation. And I started out saying, is it fair to use an additional charge on contaminated drywall to subsidize failure to charge a correct rate in municipal solid waste. But now we're going to use both the logic that we want to continue the drywall, but we also want to use taxation because we aren't charging enough for the standard garbage disposal, if you want to call it that. That's how I like to think of it. I don't want to see more taxation. I would rather just take a wild ass guess at what we need to raise for the solid waste, and then go for a more thorough review during the year. Because 180,000, that's not much on a tipping fee. So it would be much more palatable that the people using the service are paying for the service, rather than all taxpayers that might not even be using the service. So I would prefer to see the tipping fee raised. That's my thoughts.
Thank you. Tina?
You're muted,
Sorry.
Tina.
Tina?
Sorry. I think the predicament we're in, or how this was presented, is maybe there should have been a subsequent budget proposal in the one that wasn't proposed. If we kept this through the user fee, we could. So the user fee was increased for asbestos. But I think that we have an additional budget proposal that should be articulated here, which is increased for either MSW, and the timing of this, we won't be able to do it before, well, we could amend the bylaw before the budget is adopted. However, in contemplating that, we've already set our user rates for our refuse collection, and we would then have to articulate it to our contractors. So there'd be multiple steps for us to be able to do that. So there would be a rollout implication. Because we're kind of doing this on the fly, I'm just trying to preempt kind of what the steps would be and what the further implications would be. My caution with budgeting right now without having what the next steps were going to be, i.e. changing the revenue source to a tipping fee for this particular item to balance the budget, without a subsequent further step, I don't think we would be in good faith, because we'd be kind of already budgeting for a potential deficit, which is not in accordance with the Local Government Act. So I think we have to understand what steps we're going to take. From the taxation standpoint, I think that's what was contemplated with some of the revenue shortfalls. But what I'm hearing is we want a further review of what the tipping fee sources and programs that they're funding. We have done a lot of work. So for mattresses, we made a decision that we were going to subsidize mattresses. So there have been multiple different tipping fee program decisions and how we were going to either subsidize or not subsidize those things. But I think we've come to a point where our tipping fees have subsidized things like the green waste program, where we have year after year after year gone into significant deficit in that particular program, but we continue to fund it through taxation. So without getting too far into it, it's understanding the collective decisions that we've made and what impact that has in the revenue sources we make. So I appreciate that this one looks like we're just isolating, but I think could have been helped with doing a subsequent budget proposal. We could have said, yes, this one's through tipping fee, but then we need this other one that subsidizes because of the shortfall in MSW. So
what I'm hearing in all of what you're saying, you and Remco and Robin, is that we're in a year of uncertainty. We have the regional, like the electoral areas, some places gathering organic, some places not. We're looking at doing organics at Pender. District of Sechelt has started gathering organics. We don't know. I mean, all of those have an impact on the tipping fees that get collected at the landfill, because that weight is no longer coming. But we don't know what that looks like. We don't know what the impact of that is. We're anticipating that there'll be a shortfall of approximately 125,000. And again, that's an estimate. We don't know. It might be more, it might be less. But we're saying at this point, we don't know what that is. We could potentially raise the tipping fees, but we don't know how much of the quantity that we've had in previous years is going to come in this year. So that's an unknown if we raise them. So I think that's why staff are saying, let's do it through taxation, because then we know we've got the 125,000, and we'll have the year to play out those numbers and play out the various volumes that we can come back at the end of the year and look at our tipping fees, look at the volume of material that came in, and do whatever adjustments we need to make there. But this is a year of unknowns because of all these programs that have started out. Questions, comments? Remco?
Thank you. What I heard as part of the discussions was that there could be potentially an appetite to review our MSW rates. We haven't done so since 2013. I can look back into a work plan for this year and to see where that could fit, and if that could, based on the information, for example, from the first 2 quarters in terms of reduction in tipping tonnages from because of the curbside collection program Sechelt, if there's some way we can estimate it on a year round and see what we foresee as might be the landfill operation shortfall for next year, and make some recommendations on how to increase that, or from taxation, or from different types of tipping fees, including MSW.
I don't think we're ready to go there yet. Director Ties.
Yeah, I think as part of that, I think I'd like to see a comparison between what other jurisdictions are paying for tipping fees and municipal solid waste, because I think as long as we're in the ballpark, I think a raise would be justified. If we're already at the high end, then we need to look at what we're doing and what we're doing wrong. But especially considering we've got a very old landfill right now. But and I'm sure some modern landfills have extra regulatory costs associated with them. But yeah, that's sort of my thoughts around this.
Thank you. I would still like to see, and I know I don't believe it's in our work plan for this year, I would still like to see a holistic view of all of the programs together. I think we have taken kind of a piecemeal approach to some of these. And, you know, one of the things that was clear probably 6-7 years ago already was that as we continue to divert but continue to have fixed costs, the cost of running our landfill and our programs is going to go up. So how do we address that? Right? How do we address those fixed costs? How do we and build for the future, which is what we're going to need to do as well. Director Pratt.
Yeah, it's a tough one, because for anybody, so for the regular taxpayer, we've got a plethora of different varieties. You've got people who are complete zero waste adopters, and they don't throw out anything. They even have the, they might even compost at home. So they actually have very little use for any of our services. But if they're a homeowner, then this is something that they pay into. And then we've got the other end of the spectrum where you've got somebody who's generating a lot of waste and will be using it. And then everything in between. So the larger, it's a tough thing. This is something that we have to have as a regional district, and we are tasked with looking after. But that philosophical discussion on who looks after it is that, especially as we're looking to this, to either siting or looking at barging off the coast, we have to continue to make sure we have the infrastructure in place for this. And it is expensive, and it gets more and more expensive as time goes on. So I don't know where I fall on this either, but I just it's complicated, and it just keeps on getting more and more complicated as time goes on.
Director McMahon.
Yeah, when we do look at this, I'd be interested too in looking at who are the users that are paying and who are the users who are throwing away the most. Because, I was shocked at how much of our landfill stuff comes from the construction industry, for example. And one of the things that always gives me pause with the drywall is that we've had some very steep costs because of some bad actors who threw contaminated gypsum into our bins, and we can't, identify them and charge them for what they've cost us. So it ends up costing the taxpayer when we've got, a small number of irresponsible people causing us grief. So it does kind of feel, again, like the costs are falling on the residential taxpayer, and I'm not sure that they're using such a large percentage of the services. So, yeah, just agreeing with everybody that this is miserable.
All right, I'm going to see if we can float this. I am going to move that the budget item number 9 for $125,000 be approved and incorporated into the 2022 budget. Is there a seconder for the recommendation? Seconded. Any other questions or comments? All those in favor? Any opposed? Would you like that recorded? Thank you. Director Toth and Director Beamish. Thank you. I got paper everywhere. Okay. Annex L. Annex L, Regional Water Service. This is voting A, B, D, E, F, and C shout. Annex L, pages 93 through 95. And over to staff.
Thank you very much, Chair. In front of you for your consideration is a new budget proposal for feasibility study of additional groundwater supply sources, as well as a remark about the long-term water supply proposal that was presented at round 1 with respect to surface water sources. That budget proposal was already incorporated in the budget, and there was still a request to receive input from WASAC. WASAC did not met, unfortunately, in January because they were not able to receive quorum to get quorum in the boardroom. So, but we received input from several WASAC members that they endorsed the budget proposal for the long-term water supply sources for surface water. Thank you very much, and staff are able to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you, Director McMahon.
Well, this seems very straightforward to me. We need to understand our water supply situation much better. It's coming from reserves. I'm actually happy to move the budget proposal on page 94.
Thank you, and that's been seconded. Are there any further questions or comments? Director Hiltz.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. The last time we went through this, the SRD phased it, so the desktop was the first thing, and then followed by the drilling, so the desktop identified the targets. And I'm just looking at, this is not expected to be, the drilling would not be expected to be completed until 2023. You're going to get your data late 2022. So why does it need to be in this year's budget, I guess, is when most of the work is going to be 2023, or if all the drilling. So could it be separated out? The desktop is the data that needs to be done before you can identify targets. So that seems to have to happen sooner. So that could be in this year's budget. And so I'm just wondering why they're bundled up together. Thank you.
Thank you. GM Rosenboom?
Thank you very much for the question. There are actually three parts. There is a desktop study. There's drilling of any smaller wells to confirm information, as well as there's the drilling of test wells. And what we found so far over the last several years, it's only when you really start drilling a test well that you really have a good understanding of how productive is an aquifer. We've been drilling in aquifers where we thought that we would receive a lot of yield, and we did not. So in order to confirm the feasibility, all three steps need to be concluded. So the question, to come back to the question from Director Hiltz, is can we phase it out in several phases in multiple years? Yes, that is definitely an option. I'm not sure if it is beneficial from, if it's more cost effective, because I think then you have to switch from contractors, which might not be beneficial, as well as I think that's the primary one why from a staff perspective, we combined it, especially given that the proposed funding source is operational reserves. So there is no direct impact to taxation anyway from splitting it or combining it.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments? So the recommendation on the floor, all those in favor? Thank you. Moving on to Annex M. This is South Pender Harbor Water Service. And again, GM Rosenboom.
Thank you very much for the question. The reason why this budget proposal is here is because of the budget proposal number 7, which is the long-term water supply sources, source water sources, also had a small contribution in it from South Pender of $10,000. So this is more, I think there's no real decision needed because it's already incorporated in round 1 budget. It's more here for information purposes. And that's the same with Annex N for North Pender.
Thank you. Directors, any questions on M or N? Seeing no questions, we will move on to Annex O. This is for the wastewater treatment plants, and this is with regards to public participation.
Thank you very much, Chair Seekers. This budget proposal is a follow-up on the recommendation made at round 1 to prepare a budget proposal for increased engagement with the wastewater treatment facilities. Staff presented 2 options. One is a smaller version, and option 2 is a larger version. The budget proposal includes as well the cost per plant for the different options, as well as the financial indications in terms of the operating reserve levels. Based on the 2 proposals presented on page 102. So the big difference, the major difference between the 2 versions is that the extent to which efforts will be put into explaining the asset management component, the analysis completed last year and the year before, to the public, as well as the option 1 has pre-budget meetings with every system separately. And option 2, while option 1 has it combined with several regions, several water systems combined. So there's just a different level of attention to the specific of each system possible. There's more level of detail possible in option 2. I have to note that in the last table, the financial implication table, the data in the table between option 1 and option 2 are reversed. So the numbers in option 2 listed on option 2 are actually option 1 and the other way around. Sorry for that error.
I would think not. I think option 2 is doing each system separately with more extended. So option 2 should typically be more expensive than option 1.
It should be more expensive and hence
Closing
the
balance. Okay.
year-end closing balance
is
is lower.
wrong. Yes. Okay, so those aren't the costs. That's the closing balance.
It's the closing balance.
Right, so those are reversed. Okay. All right, makes sense. Director McMahon.
Yeah, I actually have quite a few questions, but one of them to start with, and yes, we do need to do more public engagement around wastewater. So basically not disagreeing, it's fairly urgent. I think Director Pratt has identified that quite strongly. But if I look at the amount being charged, like if you look at page 100, so $1,300 from Sunnyside, there are 7 users on that system, and $1,900 from Wood Creek, there's 73 users on that system. That doesn't seem like a very proportionate way of charging. Like those 7 users are expensive per capita. And so I'm not sure that I like the way that this is being approached. The other thing is some of these systems need a whole lot more engagement than others do. I suspect we could get by for another couple of years without much engagement with Sunnyside because as far as they're concerned right now, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. Whereas the Wood Creek Park are looking at a major project coming up. And that led me to the question, which is a separate question, I admit, but when we have a project budget for something like Wood Creek Park or Langdale, is public engagement built into that budget?
And I'm going to go to Remco for some answers on those.
Thank you, Chair. I will start with question 2. Yes, if there's a major project on the go, the public engagement outreach will be funded through the project. In this case, I acknowledge that the amount of engagement, especially questions and answers, really depends on the number of users. I think if for, let's say for option 2, the amount of effort that staff will need to put into holding a virtual meeting is the same if there are 7 people showing up or 24 people showing up at that meeting. I think there's not a lot of difference there, but I agree that especially the amount of time that might be spent on answering question and answers is different. So what this budget proposal allows for is for us to have at least the funds to engage appropriately, and and of course we will not, because the funding source is operating reserves, any unspent funding at the end of the year will flow back into reserves. So it's not a proposal to actually raise the user fees or parcel tax to fund this proposal, and hence we really divided it up in 2 sections, less than 50, two parts of systems. All the smaller systems, less than 50 users, 1 budget, and all systems over 50 users, and a higher budget because we really expect more engagement there. How it actually transpires throughout the year and what's actually required at the end of the year, they will be to be seen, and any remaining funds will be transferred back into operating reserves.
Thank you, Director Ties and Director Pratt.
Yeah, I'm just wondering to what extent the individual services can opt in or out of this proposed. Is it sort of a like, hey, let's charge these guys, and then we'll see where the chips fall as to where we need the public engagement, or for example, Roberts Creek, I know they feel adequately consulted, and they may actually say, oh, we don't need that right now. So does that mean that other septic systems are going to have to make up for the shortfall, or is it more of a, hey, yeah, I guess we won't do that one, so that we'll save those $1,300. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you for the question. Depends a little bit what kind of option is proposed. If option 2 is preferred by the committee, where there are individual sessions, etc., then the impact to other systems is minimal. If option 1 is preferred, there will be the cost indeed will be spread over the other systems that will participate in the meeting.
Thank you. Director Pratt and then Director Hiltz. So we got a list. Director Pratt and Director Hiltz we'll start with.
Well, first off, I'm going to say this is definitely a wastewater project that I will be voting in favor for through the budget process. And very, very happy to see this. Personally, for my areas, option 2 would be, I've heard very, very clearly from my communities on the level of engagement that they want going forward. We may not necessarily need to continue past 2022, but I think we need to build up a little bit in the trust bank with some of the service areas there. So personally, when I was reading through that was what some of the questions that Director Ties and Director McMahon have already raised about which, who can opt in, who can opt out, because some areas feel differently about things than others. So for the 4 service areas in Area B, I would suggest option 2, and really, really happy to see this come forward.
Thank you. Director Hiltz.
Thanks, Chair. So the way I'm looking at it is staff is saying we want to authorize this to do it. Whether you're going to use it all will depend on the particular service, and that would roll into the reserves. And this is a one-time service enhancement. So I guess a little bit what Director McMahon says, what's the stock service level, particularly with respect to the financial overview sheet per system, which used to be a stock kind of service level and now is part of an enhanced service level. So that's something that people have been asking for, is an annual review that they get so that they can have a financial overview. So I'm just wondering about that, the stock service level, and would this financial overview, could it be rolled into the stock service? If you understand what I'm saying, sort of. Thanks.
What do you? I need a little bit of assistance in what you consider to be a stock service level.
Well, in both options, there's the financial overview sheet per system, which, as I understand, the people would tell me that this is something that they used to receive some years ago, and it was part of the oversight that they have on the service, that what's going in, what's coming out, and it gets delivered to them, and that was considered built into the service, and that stopped, as I understand, and now we're adding it in as an enhanced service. And I'm thinking that the users are, part of this project would be, is this something that we want to see every year? So I guess that's what I understand, is that the service level right now does not include a financial overview sheet. So the only way to get it is this one time, and I'm going, well, could it be that this is an ongoing service level enhancement in terms of this financial overview sheet? Because this is one of the things that I keep hearing, that the users want to see something in paper that shows them all the numbers in one place. So does that help kind of guide? Yeah, thanks.
Thank you very much for the question. I think in particular the service overview sheet, it's correct that it has been, I think we stopped 6 years ago or in that order of magnitude. And I think there might be several components of this that could be considered for inclusion in the service level used to set the rates for 2023. And And I think that's something that we'll consider towards the end of the year. Personally, I don't think that the development of an financial overview sheet is really the bottleneck in terms of a service and its funding.
Director Hiltz, you're good? Yeah. Thank you. Director McMahon?
Yeah, I very strongly feel that all the people in these systems do deserve to get an annual report on the systems. It should never have been dropped. I mean, that should be a dough. I'm still having a little bit of trouble with this. That the financial overview sheet, absolutely, and if we have to fund that, especially, yeah, but it should be going forward, not just this coming year. Some of these other things, again, it's not every system needs them, and probably not every system wants them. I don't know how many people will want to get onto the Let's Talk pages. The discussion of the long-term asset management has been difficult, to put it mildly. The material has been pretty complicated and pretty heavy going to try and wade through, and it hasn't, let's say, had a good response. So I guess what I'm asking, I'd like a little more, at some point, detail about what this engagement is going to be like, because honestly, up until now, with the asset management piece, it seems like we've been going out educating the users that they need this asset management. They're not asking for it, and they're not convinced that they need it. But they want to talk to us about other things, about the systems, and I feel like we're telling them what they want to know, and we might want to back off a little bit and ask them what it is that they want to know before we go out there, if you see what I mean. Especially if we're going to charge them quite a bit of money.
Thank you. Director Lee? Or Tina, did you want to go first? Okay, Director Lee.
Lots of buttons. First of all, I'm in agreement with Director Pratt that it is something we need. I would think the trialing a couple to see how it works before we leap into the deep end would be something to be worthwhile. We could even pick maybe one in Laurie's place, which is the more difficult. If we could get one of those plants happy, we could get everybody happy. I think. So I'd like to have a little bit of a discussion on what the rollout plan would be and what we do and what we learn gradually. So we don't do it all at once. We just trial it, see if it works, try the next guy. With that in mind, there is some plants I know that we just did what amounts to an asset review because we actually had to fix them. Now we've told them they're good for 20 years, so they probably aren't interested anymore in more plans because their plans were set. So I'm hoping we can, and I know the question was answered, but I didn't quite understand the answer. Are each one of these values dependent on if we decide to go ahead and do a presentation to those users? Or if we cut any one out, are we saying we can't get the presentation ready? So is each one of these a standalone project funded by the dollars we're seeing here, each plant?
It depends on whether you choose option 1 or option 2. If you choose option 1, then there will be presentations where several systems are combined in a presentation. And so whether or not one of the areas wants to be included or one of the wastewater treatment plants wants to be included, there would be cost. Option 2, each system would be separate. And so the presentation or how much material could be tailored by wastewater, and that would impact the cost. Am I correct there with Remco and Shane? Yeah.
Oh, okay. That's cool.
Okay.
And
Mr.
I'm in
Mick-
agreement, we need an annual review and an annual report, but I don't know, I didn't get the answer to that. Are we saying we're going to do those, or it's possible, or it's?
Okay, Mr. Walkie?
I wasn't to answer that question, but just to comment on the individual costs. Obviously, there aren't specific costs per plant. Like you can see, they're 1,300 or 1,900. But obviously, if we do mail outs, Lee Bay is going to cost more for the mail out than the mail out to Sunnyside. And I'm sure the Roberts Creek Co-housing would prefer to be told in person rather than having a letter mailed to them. So there will be variables in each of the budgets. And I'm hoping that from the Let's Talk pages, we get a lot of feedback that can help us move forward with these, with what exactly each system wants. Thank you.
Director McMahon?
Yeah, I'm afraid I'm still having difficulty. For Sunnyside, being such a small system with basically really only one property owner who's been very engaged with the whole thing. I mean, basically, if we do option 2, we're proposing to charge them $271 a household for an annual report and some kind of meeting. And I can't see that going over well. I really can't. So I'm good with it for Wood Creek Park. Yeah, totally appropriate. But for some of these extremely small systems, I'm not sure that it's an appropriate charge. Thanks.
Thank you. Director Pratt?
More than happy to volunteer one of my service areas as a guinea pig for this. A couple of the service areas, there is some significant development that is happening as well, and some builds, and so it's certainly a really good, timely thing to be embarking on in my area. So and as Director Lee said, it's a couple of my areas are very contentious, so they would very happily be the acid test for this. So I can almost guarantee it. So
we have a couple of options here. We have, we could move option 2 as indicated, as presented. We could go by area and do area specific, because I'm hearing from some of the directors that some of their wastewater treatment plants potentially don't need any extended consultation at this part and extended engagement. Or we could do option 2 and indicate that prior to any of these going forward, that the director be connected with the directors so that they can identify, yes, these areas need it, yet no, these areas don't, or whatever. So if the area doesn't need it, then the money just stays in the operating reserve. And this is A, B, D, E, and F. So how would you like to proceed? Director McMahon.
Yeah, that might work. A sort of an opt-out clause here on the extended engagement, because otherwise what's happening is that Sunnyside is subsidizing Wood Creek Park, right? And that's really unfair. So
Actually, that's not the case. Remco?
Maybe I can clarify how it works. Every hour that staff works on a project, on a facility like Sunnyside, is charged to the project. So it will never happen at Sunnyside. And if there's a meeting with residents from Sunnyside and Wood Creek, that will be the only case that I think then even it would be more or less appropriated based on the amount of the size of the plant. So our accounting system is such that the actual time will be charged to the plant that we actually spent on the plant and not on the neighbor's plant. So I acknowledge that I could have calculated numbers based more on a granular, more granular, then it would be really a really elaborate budget proposal. So this is primarily to ensure that we can do the work, and as indicated before, the actual expenditures for Sunnyside will be lower than for Wood Creek because of it's most likely less engagement needed.
Director Ties?
Yeah. Whoa. Right.
Sorry, everybody awake? The aliens are landing. So yes, I think we should just, in that case, enable option 2, and then give the areas themselves the option to choose the level of consultation, considering that everything else goes back into the reserves anyway. So I think that's probably the reasonable way to approach that. So I'd like to make the motion to approve and incorporate option 2 into the round 2 budget for adoption.
Thank you. Is there a seconder for the recommendation? Seconded. Any other questions or comments? Director McMahon.
Yeah, so we will at some point get a report back on how this engagement is going, and will we have individual updates on the budgets for each of the wastewater facilities? Okay, thanks.
All right, any other questions or comments on the recommendation on the floor? This is voting A, B, D, E, and F. All those in favor? Thank you. All right, I'd like to go back to number 5 now, because after this we move into grant and aid, etc. So we go back to item number 5, starting on page 7A. I think we have some questions about the report. This is 7A. This is the new package that we got, 7A through 7I. And I'm going to start on the first page on the recommendations, and then as you find your questions, you can put your hands up. So the first part up to, and let the delegated authorities be authorized to execute both contracts, straightforward. I think that we understand what happened there. The next recommendation I'm confused about. It says, and that the Seashelt landfill drop-off remediation budget be increased by $218,336 to $2,132,214, with $153,916 from short-term debt for capital expenditures, with the remainder from 2021 operating surplus. So are we saying that we've got basically about 19 million, or sorry, 1,900,000 coming from operating surplus? Staff?
No. So essentially this is just addressing the 218,000 shortfall. So we're saying that we're going to fund an additional 153,916 from the debt servicing, and we're going to take approximately 64,420 from the 2021 operating surplus.
Okay, that makes sense then. And then the next part is the Sunshine Coast Regional District authorized up to $1,616,000 to be borrowed for the purpose of the Seashelt landfill drop-off remediation project. I'm assuming that's short-term debt as well. So we have short-term debt there, and we have short-term debt of $153,916. So they're two separate pieces?
No, they're just essentially saying we're reconciling the budget. So the first one says, look, we are going to increase the budget. The second, and that is that we're going to identify and authorize our ability to expend more or to fund more from debt servicing, because the past resolutions were just up to the 1.462 amount. So we have to increase that, and we have to reflect that in our motion to MFA.
Okay, so that would incorporate the 153,916 from the previous and that.
Yes.
All right. All right, and the rest of it I'm clear on. All right, director ties.
Yes, thank you. Oh, I pressed the right button. Good. On page 7C, there's 3 different reasons stated as to why there was cost overruns. I'm just wondering if there's a rough percentage allocation between those, so that you could say, yeah, it's 90% the first one, 5 the second, and 5 the third, or is it more like 1/3, 1/3, 1/3? Thanks.
Thank you for the question. It's hard to identify because I think, to be honest, they are interrelated. Item number 3 did have an impact on how number 1 was addressed. So they are, in a way, they're interconnected, and it's the same with number 3 and number 2, and number 2 actually on number 1 as well. So yes, they are interconnected to each other. That's why they're all 3 listed.
Any other questions, Director McMahon?
Oh, sure. I have questions. I'm just wondering if we are going to have a report on this, more of an operational report at an upcoming infrastructure meeting, because I'm curious as to whether we are going to permanently have some pumps running at our landfill and a few other questions like that, but that's not necessarily germane to us getting through the budget today. So do we foresee a status update on the landfill on an agenda coming our way soon?
Thank you for the question. It was not anticipated. If the board can provide some clear direction on what they want, I can prepare one. I can answer to the sump pumps very easily. There are 2 sump pumps under the building, and if there ever would be water entering the building, they would switch on with their hooked up to a floater, and otherwise they will be off. It's currently more as a safety feature than a permanent solution.
I would like to move discussing the landfill to the upcoming infrastructure meeting. I'd like to hear more about this. It sounds like quite the adventure lately at the landfill, and like I say, we're trying to get through budget today.
Thank you. Staff, do you need a recommendation for that? Or are you just going to make a note to add it onto an agenda?
I currently am lacking any clarity on what kind of details the board would like to see. And other opportunity I can offer is I would be more than happy to tour the landfill shortly with the board. Maybe that's a better solution. So we can
probably a
discuss
better solution. Yes, we like that solution.
No recommendation needed. I will make arrangements for that.
Thank you. Director Toth.
No, I think my point has been taken care of. I was just going to point out that August 16th was the last sort of full status update we'd received. And yeah, just was curious why we're not done yet, but there we go. It's been taken care of, so I'm good. Thanks.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments? Director McMahon.
Yes, I will be asked this because I was asked about waste management a whole lot, about the failure of the contractor to deliver the services, what were the penalties in the contract and so forth, and how would they compensate for that? And if that's the case here too, that would be the same question. Is it the same kind of a contract, and what provisions do we have to make sure that our contractors deliver?
Thank you. If that's the question, if it's a more general question in terms of provisions, I think I'm looking at our CFO. If there's something we can do with manager procurement there in terms of providing some information on that to the board. In general, terms and conditions of our different type of contracts in terms of what to do if a contractor is not delivering.
Yeah, so I think, yeah, we can provide some more information. If it's specific to a contractor, then we'd want to likely have that in a different setting, but yeah, we can definitely provide that kind of information, and they may be different depending on the types of contracts. Service agreements will be different than construction and those types of things. So yeah, we most certainly can provide more information on that.
I'd be interested in that, not only because we've had some difficulties here, but we've had a lot of unexpected circumstances come up in the last couple of years. You know, things that nobody could have foreseen reasonably, and it does impact our services and our contractors as well. So I'd be interested to hear more. Thank you.
So maybe we'll take that offline and talk with staff and find the appropriate agenda to bring that forward in. Okay, I made a note about that. Director Ties?
I do want to express a little bit of concern about that part of the reasons we have some overruns was due to the performance from the construction contractor, which apparently we have limited provisions to recover any of these costs from Summit Earthworks, but yet we're going to approve to give them more money to finish what we're doing. So to me, that just seems to be a little bit illogical, but maybe there can be a little bit more explanation around that. Thanks.
Thank you very much. I concur with the fact that this project it's not ideal how it went. Currently, staff don't see any reasons to withhold payment to Summit Earthworks for the works completed. And yeah, I think I'll leave it there by given the setting we're in.
Any further questions or comments? All right, would someone like to make some recommendations with a potential revision to the part about the $64,420 being added into that recommendation? Yes, Remco?
Just to clarify, is everybody clear in terms of the component in the recommendations related to metal recycling?
I think that was probably one of the parts of the report that was pretty clear.
Yeah, that's good. Thank you.
And positive, yes, positive. All right, not seeing anybody make a recommendation. I'm going to make a recommendation. On page 7A, I'll move all those recommendations with one minor change. The line that reads, and that the Seashell landfill drop-off remediation budget be increased by $218,336 to $2,132,214, then in brackets $153,916 from short-term debt for capital expenditures, with the remainder of $64,420 from 2021 operating surplus for the remediation construction phase of the project, otherwise as written. Is there a seconder for the recommendation? Seconded, thank you. Director Toth?
Just a quick one, which I just need to know. Is this project done? Like, is this number complete? Are we hopefully never seeing another amendment number come forward? I just want to confirm that.
Thank you, Director Toth. Yes, it's complete, and you will never see another amendment coming for this project. Thank you.
Yay. All right, so we have recommendations on the floor. Any other further comments or questions? All those in favor? Thank you. Perfect. Moving on, we have item number 19, and I've lost my whole agenda package. I'll find it in a second. Number 19 is electoral areas grant and aid and economic development review of discretionary balances for 2022. And we'll turn that over to our Chief Financial Officer and is our corporate, oh, that's you. That's all of you. That's your title. Over to Tina.
Yes, it's page 104 of the original agenda. And this particular one, this report here just speaks or presents to all the electoral areas what they have in their discretionary pots for their electoral areas grant and aid, as well as their economic development entities, noting that we have one decision in the subsequent agenda related to the Pender Harbor Chamber of Commerce for a special project. So those kind of need to go hand in hand for decision for Area A economic development if the director so wishes to fund that one. So if I could just bring to the director's attention on page 105, I will just use the very first electoral area A grant and aid as an example. And the decision to be made here is that whether or not the 2,982 in surplus for 2022 be added to the discretionary or go to reduce the taxation. So that's the decision to be made there for each of the subsequent services.
Director McMahon, your hand is up. Did you have a question?
Yeah, I had a horrible time understanding this report, but now that I'm looking at it again, I think what it says under proposed 2022, when the surplus there, say for electoral area A, is 2982, that's actually the surplus from last year. That's like the 2021 surplus. I thought we were projecting our surpluses for next year, and that seemed very difficult. So I was having trouble with it.
Thank you. And then, Tina, you also mentioned for Area A, there's the other item in R, I believe it is, that would potentially impact the economic development piece in this report.
Yes, so what I thought from a procedural perspective, Chair, was that we could go through each and every service and just go through each function one by one, make the relative decision points. And then once we get to the economic development, we can maybe look at the subsequent item. You're correct for Pender Harbor Chamber for the special project.
Thank you. Okay, so we'll start with Area A, electoral area A. What would you like to do with your surplus of $2,982? So page 105? Yes, 105. Get back on the picture.
Okay, down to 105. Gee, that's a tough one. I'll keep the surplus in.
So you'd like to include the surplus so that your total discretionary spending would be $21,982?
Yes.
Thank you. Area B.
I will keep the surplus in.
So total discretionary spending, $20,741. Electoral area E and F. This is page 106, yeah.
Sure. Well, with both the shared E and F ones, E and F and Greater Gibsons, these are small surpluses, so I'm perfectly happy carrying them forward.
So the first one, the electoral area E and F would be 4,416, and Greater Gibsons Community would be 10,958. And then what about community schools? 125. Tina?
Yeah, that one there were decisions already made for that through round one budget. So I think that one, there's no action to be made there.
Thank you. Then on page 107, we have electoral area D. They chose to keep the surplus in, 10,958. So electoral area D,
I will actually reduce taxation, please.
so you'd like it to be 25,000.
25,000, yep.
Thank you. Electoral area E.
Last year, we carried forward because we thought we'd be getting back to normal from COVID. We're not at normal yet, if we ever knew what normal was to begin with. So I'm happy to carry forward because I know there's a lot of need in the community.
So 18,612. Electoral area F.
Return some surplus, so the total discretionary would be 20,000, so it's returns about 39.45.
Thank you. All right, do we want a recommendation now for the grant and aid before we move on to economic development? All right. So it started on page 105. So I think Tara's going to make this. Tara, do you have this in a recommendation? Because I know you have to do the surplus and all that kind of stuff in your recommendation. Do you have this?
Yes, Chair, thank you.
Would you like to read it so that the directors know what it is?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you.
And that electoral areas granting aid discretionary balances be amended and incorporated into the 22 budget as follows. Electoral area A, 21,982 discretionary return. So that includes use the 2,982 surplus to increase discretionary. Electoral area B, use 2,114 surplus to increase discretionary for a total of 20,741. Electoral areas E and F, function 123, use I think $416 to increase the discretionary to 4,416. Community schools reduce taxation by, sorry, I have it in my list. $548 for a total of $10,000 discretionary. Greater Gibsons community participation 126, use $958 to increase the discretionary to 10,958. Electoral area D 127, reduce taxation by 3,000 for a total discretionary of 25,000. Electoral area E, sorry, I'm catching up here, to use the $3,612 discretionary to increase discretionary to 18,612. Electoral area F, use the reduce discretionary to $20,000, and sorry, I don't have the math on that one, but one is to partly increase discretionary and part to reduce taxation.
Yeah, it'd be $5,000 of surplus to increase to 20,000 and 3,945 to reduce taxation.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I could move that.
You'll move that. Is there a seconder for the recommendation? Seconded. All right, and this is A, B, D, E, and F. All those in favor? Thank you. Moving on to electoral area economic development, page 108. So this is A, B, D, E, and F as well. So electoral area A, what would you like to do here?
The $10,000 special project is not needed. I met with them and the community has stepped up. So we're not going to need that 10,000 extra.
So what would you like to have as your discretionary? Your base discretionary is 3,000. It says there's not a surplus. There's a deficit proposed based on what's already been committed.
So I have to raise my taxation by 1887?
I believe so. Tina?
I'm just gonna double check. I believe that's actually a surplus. So I believe we can reduce the taxation by 1887 for all of these. So they didn't use their full discretionary. So we would be looking at a surplus of, we have a surplus of 1887 for Area A economic development. So that would be used to either increase their 3,000 in discretionary or reduce their taxation.
I'm confused. I'm confused on the numbers here then. So what is the total amount that they'd be looking for? So discretionary is 3,000, but then it says Scredo 43,472, and then 24,700, 560, 15. So these are all of the amounts approved. So what is the total discretionary amount?
$3,000. That's in their base budget. They already have $3,000 built into there.
Right.
So based on last year's requirement or last year's 2021 surplus and all the commitments projected this year, they have a surplus, I think, of $1,800 for Area A in particular.
That's the discretionary. So you're saying that, okay, discretionary, the rest is already committed. So the total amount in their economic development is not 3,000. It's all of these plus the 3,000. And of that, they have 1887 as a surplus once all that's paid out.
Well, this is the 1887 is the last year's surplus. So they can either increase their discretionary or they could decrease their taxation. Because we don't have a reserve for economic development, so we would just naturally reduce it. But unless someone had some more discretionary projects that they could foresee coming and increase their 3,000, then they could do that. Otherwise, the 1887 in the case Area A would be to reduce the taxation.
Okay, I think I'm clear. So the base budget on this one is $3,000. That's the discretionary base budget. All the other numbers underneath that are amounts that have been committed. They will show up in economic development, but they're not part of your base budget. They're what you committed to on top of the base budget. Then there is a surplus coming forward from last year of $1,887. Would you like to decrease the discretionary 3,000 by 1887, or would you like to take the 1887 and add it to your discretionary for 4887 as your base budget?
Do you say you got this figured?
Yes.
Because
sorry, Chair, if I could, what we're saying is either you're going to keep all of these line items. So you're going to keep 3,000. You're going to keep your Scredo, your Pender Harbor Chamber, your Sunshine Coast Alliance and Tourism. Those are all decisions that you've made and you've made approvals for. So the decision is we're gonna keep the 3,000 intact. It's either you increase it to 4,887 or you decrease taxation by 1887.
decrease taxation by 1887. Thank you.
Thank you. No, the sum on of the amount committed is $78,152. Yeah, there's no total in here. I think that's what's throwing everybody off. There's no total in here. Okay. Thank you. Moving on to electoral area B.
Well, thank you very much for getting it all figured out on Area A. And I will move to reduce taxation by $1,317 for Area B, please.
Thank you. Area D.
I would also like to reduce taxation by $2,902, please.
Thank you. And Area E.
I'm just going to say that a negative reduction is usually an increase.
I know.
And so we're very confused. And also the budget for this, perhaps when we get to grant and aid, we can, the whole process this year, we can review this because I don't remember having 3,000 discretionary dollars. But anyway, I'll reduce taxation. Thanks.
Thank you. Electoral area F.
there. Yes, reduce by the 1885. And just for clarification, back up in the report, we went through this process of realigning some grant and aid to economic development. That's where there may be a grant and aid that could come in. That's where we have our $3,000, yeah. But there isn't a formal process, so we reinterpret applications, I guess is what we do. Yeah. Okay, thanks.
Thank you. So the recommendation is for all electoral areas, to allocate the surplus to reduce taxation. Would someone like to make that recommendation? Moved? Seconded? All in favor? Thank you. Now we're moving on to Annex Q, Gibsons and District Public Library. And who would like to speak to this one? Because there's been a bit of a change. Mr. Director Beamish.
I guess I'm confused, Chair, between the recommendation that Roberts Creek Library service be increased by the overall 2.9%, and the reference in the report that on page 112, the electoral area D contribution to Roberts Creek Library has been reduced to 2.95%. They seem to be in opposition to each other as I read them, but it may be an interpretation.
Tina?
Yeah, so in the recommendation on page 111, so as part of round one budget deliberations, the budget that was presented of
91,732?
708,366. It was 708,366 at round one so that's just on page 112. So when Gibsons and District Public Library came, they came for an operating request of 708,366. That was approved, and then subsequent to that, there was information that the town of Gibsons could review, or that the library review their budget to see if there was anything in there related to COVID impacts. The library submitted those expenses to the town, and the town graciously approved 19,200, I believe it was, to fund. So that then the library resubmitted their budget to the SCRD, because those funds will be directly paid to the library from the town of Gibsons. They won't flow through the SCRD. And so that would reduce their operating grant down to 688,666. So then the reallocation, so the motion that was approved in round one needs to get reallocated. And part of that, the Area D library agreed to pay their full operating increase, which at that point was 5.9%. So this reduction would make their operating grant 2.95% over the prior year. So it's because the Area D is not a participant in this particular service. It's a separate service function. So their allocation's a little bit different. So we did provide a supplementary summary of the funding and how it would allocate on page 114 of the agenda. Just about the ins and outs here. So essentially, yeah, the grant or the SCRD Gibsons function 640 would go down to 688,666, and Roberts Creek portion to that would be 62,063. And the Roberts Creek Library further reduced the other participants' contribution.
Directors, any questions or comments? Director McMahon.
I'd just like to thank the town of Gibsons for stepping in to help out the Gibsons Public Library.
Right, no further questions or comments. There are some recommendations on page 111. Director Ties.
This microphone. Yes, I would like to move that the following budget proposal be approved and incorporated into the 2022 budget. And this is budget proposal number. I don't have a number. It's on page 111.
One's on page 111, yes. All right. And this is voting all, because it's budget. Is there a seconder for the recommendation? Seconded? Thank you. Any other comments or questions? All those in favor? Thank you. Any opposed? Seeing none opposed, we will move on. Thank you to the Town of Gibsons. And Annex R, I understand we can omit. Is that correct, Director Lee?
Yes, we'll go with the original proposal without the 10,000.
And that's already been passed, I believe, and incorporated?
Yes.
Thank you. Then we have Annex S. One more page. This is with regards to the 2022 Municipal Insurance Association and Reed Stenhouse Inc. premiums.
Yeah, so this is just an administrative type of report. In November, we presented what the revised premiums were anticipated to be for 2022, and those need to be approved before December 31st. And as such, our final premiums are not determined until January. And so last year, we realized that we didn't come for that second amendment, and the budget was included in the draft. And so there was a little bit of a difference. So this is just to essentially give approval for us to authorize those particular items. And I realized that for MIA, we actually already had approval. But again, for Aon, we need to execute these contracts as well. So because they're over the $100,000 limit, we have to satisfy our purchasing policy. And we just want to make sure this is reflected in the support services accurately.
Thank you. Director Toth?
No questions. I'm going to move the recommendations on 117 as presented.
Is there a seconder? Seconded? All right, all those in favor? Thank you. All right, we have a couple of small housekeeping things. Tina, you wanted to talk to regarding finance.
Yes, thank you. So this is sort of an emergent item as the discussion for the very first budget proposal for the general government was contemplated. And so one of the positions that was approved in 2021 was for a new finance resource. We've been unsuccessful in recruiting for that particular position. And so we've generated a pretty large surplus for finance this year. So we have a surplus of approximately 70,000. Again, this may be modified slightly until year end is completed. But in light of us essentially recovering those costs or that particular taxation and user fees in 2021, and we haven't expensed those, what we're essentially proposing is that we don't that we shift that money that we collected last year and put it into this year's budget. So we defer essentially the impact to that because we already taxed for that particular one. There are probably other examples in our budget where we could do this types of things, but I think at this particular juncture, there are significant surpluses due to staff vacancy, et cetera. It is something that we're looking at. But my proposal this year is that we make a recommendation. And I also wanted to note that the finance has a very healthy operational reserve. So there is, we are in a good financial position to do it, and it's in line with our financial sustainability policy. So what we're proposing is that we take 70,000 to reduce the support service allocation and move that 2021 surplus into finance for 2022.
And so that's a recommendation that we need to make at the board here or at the committee level?
That's what I'm putting forward as a proposal. And I appreciate it's on the fly and you don't have the backup for this. But I take what you said to heart, which is, you know, there are areas, and we are cognizant that there have been some unforeseen items, and we appreciate those are difficult, and where we can potentially reduce the burden on taxpayers, we most certainly do take that seriously and will look to provide options. So that is the option at the moment.
All right. Directors, would someone like to make a recommendation? Director Hiltz.
Yes, I'll move that recommendation.
Is there a seconder for the recommendation? Seconded. So I believe the recommendation is that $70,000 from support services?
70,000 from the that $70,000 from the 2021 operating surplus for finance function 113 be used to reduce the 2022 support service allocation.
Thank you. So that is what we're voting on. Any questions by directors? All those in favor? Thank you. All right, then we have one more recommendation. We would like to have a recommendation that the Special Corporate Administrative Service Committee Round 2 budget minutes, so the minutes from this meeting of January 24th, be forwarded as a late item to the January 27th, 2022 regular board meeting. So that would be this coming Thursday. The reason we're looking at doing that is the next meeting that we get together, we will actually be voting on the financial plan. And we'd like to have the recommendations in front of us so we've got time between then and the financial plan to review them. And this is our only meeting to do that. So would someone like to make that recommendation? Moved? Seconded? Any questions about that? All those in favor? Thank you. All right, is there anything further that we need to deal with in this meeting? Tara, are you good?
Yes, thank you, Chair.
All right, I'd look for a motion to adjourn. Moved, seconded, all in favor? Thank you. And we do not have any attendees in the gallery, so I'm going to assume that there are no questions. So thank you very much. We will see you at the next meeting on Thursday.
And Dean, I did vote for something yes for wastewater this year.